Welcome back, y'all.
Hey there, Dbloc.
What up?
I'm fine, thank you. Just woken up and a lot of news floating around.
Yeah, it's a rough morning for a lot of people. Like, what the hell happened while I was sleeping?
Yeah. I've seen that we kind of broke that upward trend just by a little bit.
Yeah, I'm really paying more attention to the 50 here than that uptrend. That uptrend is
Yeah,
choppy. Honestly, uptrend probably should be here at this. That 50 EMA is really what's important.
yeah, it kind of bounced off it, so. Whoa, ETH took a beating.
Mm-hmm. There's a couple that, yeah.
I really hope that this bear market doesn't actually start with global war narrative.
Yeah. All right. Hmm. We just had a reactionary drop, in my opinion. That drop to CME was already baked in. Market
Yeah,
maker
yeah,
took
yeah.
us all the way to 104, and then retail took us down to 1028. But we had some seller exhaustion. We'll see. We're gonna see if this is a full recovery or if this is a rescue ship. It's gonna be one of the two. Either it's a full recovery and there's nothing left to worry about, or it's an opportunity to get out of some positions that took a hit until we find the bottom. Yeah, Leighton, we hit the 5K subs, man. Super dope. Today was a good day. We had a lot of people in. I think we topped out at about 490 people in chat.
See, there's also a lot of FUD due to the Israeli-Iran
People were scared, bro.
conflict.
Everybody came in here panicked, bro.
Yeah, but I don't see the correlation because even if a war starts, the
There
war
isn't.
can't actually steal your Bitcoin. So
That's the point that I was making. There's no double spend. SHA-256 wasn't cracked. There was no major blockchain hack. Like, the only reason to sell your Bitcoin is out of fear that everybody else is going to sell theirs. Right? So, like, that reactionary fear, like, oh, bad news, that means Bitcoin down. Let me get out of the way. But
yeah, and that could create a domino effect.
yeah, but that type of sentiment changes with 2 or 3 green candles. As soon as people realize, okay, I guess it's not affecting maybe, then they just end up having to jump back in higher.
Yep.
Jerome, what's going on, brother? From Germany. You're not here to sell all your Bitcoin, are you? My bad. Too soon. German Bitcoin joke. I've never really ever been able to talk to to somebody who lives in Germany that trades crypto to ask what their opinion was of Germany selling off all that Bitcoin last year. I'll tell you a secret. The YouTubers that make videos tomorrow calling this a black swan event with big red backgrounds and oh shit faces are YouTubers that were telling everybody to buy as much as they could the day before. Black Swan is a perfect excuse of somebody who had the wrong TA, in my opinion. I've seen it so many times. Their TA set up, price went down, Black Swan event. By definition, this isn't a Black Swan event, right? A Black Swan event is an unpredictable event. As much as this sucked, it wasn't unpredictable. Its chances were very good that at some point Israel was going to attack. Yeah, so many technical reasons for it. Now the speed of it, right? The speed of it, you can attest to that. And the overcorrection, you can attest to that. Because 1028 is an overcorrection, right? We expected to come down to CME with a wick that came down to clear liquidations, but this is more than a wick.
I wouldn't actually call this a black swan event. It
No.
was known that it was going to happen at some point, so.
Yeah. I was saying earlier, a black swan event is if they would have bombed Denmark. You know, or
Yeah,
like some
that would have been totally unexpected.
yeah, like some crazy.
Or hopefully it wouldn't happen, but some nukes flew around. That would be a black swan event as well.
Yeah. I almost want to go look at the. I'm gonna do a quick glance of the YouTube channels real quick.
Yeah, I already did that, and they are like, "Holy F, this crashed the market. This is serious."
Oh, look at the first one that I
We're going
turned
to
to.
40K.
Hold on, I can't even make this up. All right, perfect example. Perfect example. Look at this. And I hate to do this, YouTube guys, TA guys, I love y'all, but this is a teachable moment. Crypto banter. Look at yesterday's video from Sheldon. It's a trap, right? Arrow up, big trap, Look at today's video. Black Swan event. Exactly what I was talking about. Guarantee you, yesterday he was telling everybody, don't worry about the retracement. It's a tap. Just go ahead. And these are the top 10 altcoins to buy. And then today it's, oh shit, what do I tell my people? Oh, it's a black swan event, guys. Like, you can't, we can't control these things. The world is a crazy place and we just got to be prepared.
30K Bitcoin on the horizon. Watch out. This is another video. Oh, and we're kind of like 100K and they're expecting 30K. Oh my god.
The last real black swan event, Galactic, was, black swan events aren't always negative. I would have to say that the last real black swan event was the president of the United States launching his own meme coin, at least as far as crypto goes. That was some unpredictable left field, crazy degenerate shit to happen. The tariffs on a black swan event either. He tried to impose tariffs his first time around. He just didn't have the House and the Senate. Yeah, Trump getting shot at would probably qualify.
Whoa, Dbloc, I haven't noticed. Today is Friday the 14th.
Yeah. Spooky.
Yeah, spooky.
These people, man.
That's why everything
Listen,
is red.
if they don't want us to actually figure out that this thing is a simulation, they need to stop making it so obvious because they're just out of control now with this shit. They're not even trying to hide it anymore.
Yeah.
Strike on Iran. Now.
You're gonna open mic, Sam, that we can hear your TV. Excuse me.
I just said like another
Prepare for the
strike.
cataclysm.
Hmm.
Bitcoin going down. Markets are panicking. Oh, okay, I'm gonna close YouTube for now. This is this is out of control.
That's crazy. I'm watching the news. Actually, the Israelis did something really strange. They had their agents working inside the Iranian soil, assembling some attack systems, which will help the airplanes to precisely strike the locations where they want to strike.
Yeah, spotters.
Okay,
The
so
military
yeah,
does it
spotters,
too.
lasers.
Laser spotters, yeah.
Yep, yep.
Yeah.
Damn, that's a
To
mission right
basically guide
there.
the missiles.
That's like a mission right there. Behind lines in Iran, undercover, laser spotter, middle of the night. Dangerous ass shit.
I wonder what will be the name of the movie when
Yeah,
they will
right.
release it.
I'll be real with you. The only reason I even know about that is because of movies
Yeah.
and Call of Duty.
Actually, I'm a bit concerned about like they struck one big nuclear facility in Iran, so the radiations might hit the area. That's going to be bad.
Yeah, I don't. How are those? I don't know what the containment is. I mean, it's Iran too, so I don't know exactly the standards they have for containment, or even if I don't. I think they're just trying to cut out the capabilities before it gets to the point where. So I don't know if they had running. I don't think they had up and running reactors, right? Where they were
No,
refining.
but they had enriched
People
uranium,
have it
which
They,
is
underground.
yeah, yeah. So they probably found. There's probably some intel to where that was stockpiled, and I'm sure that's probably one of the targets.
Mm. And if they want really to strike the reactors, which they are really enriching uranium in high capability just to produce a nuclear weapon, I believe they have to use like because the F-35 and F-16 cannot carry such heavy bombs to just penetrate 60 meters underground. Okay, so they need like big bombers like the
No,
B.
they actually have bunker busters. That's what they are called. And the F-35 can carry them as well as F-16s.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
But
they break
I
through
remember,
meters and then they
Yeah, yeah,
explode.
yeah.
yeah, but not 60 meters. That's what
Yeah,
I'm
that's pretty
discussing.
far on the ground.
Yeah, 60 meters is really heavy. You need really heavy plane to carry it.
Yeah, we may never know the capabilities because they're not public. Bunker busters are public, but they don't
That's
have
probably old tech.
specifications
Yeah,
to, yeah,
it's
yeah,
probably like old.
specifications to where they go and stuff like that.
You need a nuclear bomb to destroy the nuclear facility.
Or hack. That's how they destroyed their
Yeah,
first one. That's what's
yeah,
interesting to me about this. That this to me just feels a lot more. The targets had to be offline, I would imagine,
yeah.
or else they would have just done it again. Um, but yeah, they have the capability of doing it. They screwed their shit up the first time. They made that
You know
reactor
the
spin itself right off its axis.
yeah
Wow.
the Israeli intelligence. They are very capable.
Oh, yeah. Well,
Not
there's
just from
U.S. too. Even
recent
it's not
years.
even just them. So
Yeah,
Man, the most significant, really, I never seen this in any recent history. Actually, what they did to Hezbollah, they managed to sell them pagers.
the cell
Okay, so
phones.
Hezbollah,
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
yeah, and they blow them up, man, 3,000 in one
Bro,
second.
that's crazy.
This is going to go into the history books, in the military history books of special operations,
Yep.
as well as the one with the Ukrainians, what they did to Russia with those trucks and those drones.
Nah, that was insane. The precision of that strike. I heard some military guys talking about it on this podcast, and they were like, "This was very high level shit."
Yeah, yeah.
World's a crazy
This
place, man.
strike is really big, actually. The flames are everywhere. And, yeah. I don't know really. I just can't understand what's happening. Like I cannot believe it. Like they've been in a war for the past 2 years already. Like in this December, this October, it will be literally 2 years in a row,
If
striking every day,
if
doing
you have
hundreds.
that, if you want my opinion, I think this is a proxy. I think Israel doesn't need any excuses to go for Iran. That's already been on the list of things to do. But I think Iran coming out and bragging about the enriched uranium sped that timeline up.
They lost today, even their military leader. They man, you have to see I think I'll share it. They have uh, a video for the room where the leader was sleeping. The rocket penetrated only the wall behind the bed and exploded inside. So the building is okay. You will see flames and fire
Wow,
from that exact apartment, and everything is good.
Yeah, but
That's
no one else was
that's
killed, just
crazy.
the leader. Yeah,
that's crazy.
precision strikes.
But we're really good at creating shit to kill shit. We're like top notch.
I was watching at some point, I don't know, a military expert a couple of years ago before things started with Ukraine and Russia. And he was mentioning three pivot points for a global war. So the first pivot point he mentioned Russia trying to invade Europe again, which is kind of happening. The second pivot point he mentioned the war between Israel and Iran,
Hmm.
and the third pivot point was
China,
China and Taiwan.
Taiwan. Yep.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. He's right.
We're kind of at the second pivot point.
And we've been talking about that whole time. And my overwhelming thesis for this whole thing, if you guys have been here for a while, is that China's been gearing up for war since COVID.
Yeah.
And we saw when I think Ukraine was a proxy war, right? I think Ukraine was a proxy war to test U.S. resolve in going to protect a non-NATO ally, and that promises were made for Putin to buy all that oil and finance that. And I think that, yeah, I just all the steps that they're making seem like they're getting on war footing. In my opinion, China and Taiwan is inevitable, which makes it not a black swan because we are predicting it right now.
Because I already know.
We're gonna get World War III before we get GTA 6, butthead.
Oh, that's going to be crazy. I was expecting actually a nuclear hit.
Oh no,
Like-
God, thank God. That'd have been bad news. You know, as
They
bad
already
as it
have
would
nine.
be, for Iran, and they would lose inevitably, it would be a large death toll for Israel. I don't think either side really wants it. The problem is that neither side can let the other one get a hand up. Like Iran has to respond. Israel's gonna have to respond to, Iran's response. Hopefully, it's a scaled down response each time until it fizzles down to nothing again, and then everything goes quiet. But we'll see.
Actually, what concerns me this time, they have this thing in Iran that whenever they are in war, they just raise a red flag. Okay. And this red flag actually got raised today. So they never did before, especially when they got hit twice already before from Israel.
Yeah,
But they never raised that flag. Today they did.
different.
Yeah, it's different. We intercepted actually all the 800 drones and cruise missiles already. Because Jordan just came to we woke up with those warning alarms on the streets everywhere. Like I was like, what's happening?
Damn, that's scary shit though.
Man, exactly next to my house. And I woke up like, what's going on?
Shit.
And now they just triggered it again. It's just announcing that there is no threat anymore so far. So we're just now waiting.
Yeah,
We're
just
gonna
go on
check.
as your day. Go on with your day as normal. Like, how are you supposed to have a normal day after a wake up like that?
All flights get cancelled. Airport is closed today.
Yeah. Probably safer to not have anything in the air.
Exactly. Especially after yesterday, the Indian airplane crashes. You saw the news, the plane did fall into the city.
Anybody remember at the beginning of this year when we had that rash of airplane crashes and we made that deal, no airplanes all 2025? This has been a bad year. And it's not, I looked at the stats. There's not any more plane crashes than there's ever been. But boy, have they showed us every single one of them. That one in India was really bad though.
Yeah. I have phobia already from airplanes. I don't know,
I'm
but
good, bro. I'll
usually
take a
whenever
boat.
I
No,
see
no, no, I'll
this,
drive. We'll take a little cruise. You know? Why are
the
we
last
in
trip
such a hurry to get? Why do we have to get there in a hurry? No, let's take a little cruise there, man. We'll be fine.
the only thing which not letting me travel long distance is the phobia. I just cannot take it more than 2 or 3 hours, 4 hours maximum. My longest trip was going to Greece and I took a car and I traveled to London. I cannot just say 6 hours in a plane.
Let me tell you what the secret is. I'll tell you what the secret is because I used to have the same problem. Ready? The secret
Yeah.
is Xanax. Take half a Xanax. You get on the plane and you're fine. You take a little nap. You wake up where you're supposed to be. The best thing ever.
Actually, this is what I did when I went to Greece.
Yeah, it's the anxiety because it's what it's for. It's the anxiety. You need something to kill that anxiety, or you're just gonna be freaking out in the plane all day.
Yeah,
Actually,
wake
I
up with the
use
seatbelt
Lexotanil.
on.
Yeah, not
I
medical
use
advice or anything.
Lexotanil.
That's be a
I take 6
decision.
milligram of Lexotanil, and then you just like sleep, and you just wake up where I am.
Yeah,
Did we
that's the
arrive?
best.
Yeah,
That's like
thanks, brother.
teleporting. You just teleported through time. That's
Yeah.
great. Yo, don't tell me there's tether FUD right now, bro. I don't have any money left to buy. That'd be
Yeah,
hilarious.
I actually I wanted to ask you regarding the Tether and USDC. My holdings are in USDT whenever I just close any trade on like this. Is it safe to just keep it with USDT or it's better to keep it with USDC?
I mean, the way I see it is why take the risk. Very low chances that either one of them is gonna depeg. But
Mhm.
if it does happen one day, I would really hate to be all in that one. So I try to keep a good 50-50 balance. Sometimes it gets heavier one
I
side or
understand.
the other, but when I notice it, I'll rebalance it. If I notice it getting too heavy to one side.
The problem is that my exchange doesn't give me the option to just change it to USD
Yeah,
only USD.
yeah, it depends. It depends if you have an option or not to. But you could always, during the bear market, which is really when it's important, right? Like that's when you have the most dry powder sort of on the side. Just try to have it split up, even if you got to send it to another blockchain, put it on USDC or whatever, and then have it split inside of your wallets.
Mhm. But we're not gonna see like the USDT dropping to like
No,
80 cents or such.
nah,
It's
those
it's
days,
going to be
those
hard.
days are gone. They're an invaluable part of this country now. They're the second or third highest holder of U.S. debt through bonds. So, and that was a brilliant move, man. You want to talk about brilliant strategic moves? Stablecoins were all but smashed in this country with Checkpoint 2.0. I mean, with Choke Point 2.0, and they recovered. They got rid of all of their commercial paper, right? They got rid of all of their bad assets, and they just bought as much bonds as possible. And as their shares of bonds went up, Congress started to talk nice. Congress all of a sudden started to talk real nice about stablecoins, and look at us now, stablecoin legislation and all of this other shit. Yeah, I know. But as far as the stablecoins go, brilliant, brilliant. They made themselves invaluable to the country and basically locked themselves in. What they basically said is, we're not here to kill the dollar; we're here to support it.
It's important. Yeah.
Hmm.
Mhm. What about banks issuing their own stablecoin?
They will.
Do you think they will,
Yeah,
and
they
it will
will
be
eventually.
affecting?
You don't want none of that
Uh,
shit.
yeah, exactly. Because no one will just go. No one will want it. If we already have two, which we can rely on, then why we need the banks to do it for us?
One thesis that I'm thinking of, and could be interesting and basically open up the floodgates. I am thinking of, for example, most governments to call these events black swan events and stuff like that to basically cut rates and provide liquidity to the market and pump it up.
I mean, it's gonna add pressure. It's definitely gonna add some pressure.
Yeah. That, for example, right now America can come and say, due to the raising tensions between blah 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 and blah 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 blah, we decided to cut rates to blah blah blah.
The problem is that you need power to do that. So
Yeah.
what we really need is for Trump not to say anything, right? Because when Trump
Do you think he
affected,
won't say anything?
that's the problem. When Trump affected the market with tariffs, Powell responded by saying, "Well, I know that's your effect, and I'm not going to fall for the fake numbers." You know, if he starts to say something here, it's like I don't want it to be a Trump thing. Let Powell respond to a global issue the way he would. No pressure, just let him do his thing. But he's already talking shit. They put Bassett in. They said Bassett's the next guy. So that's the reason that you don't do that is because it basically makes Powell like a lame duck chair. Right? Like he's out soon. Bassett's the new guy. What Bassett says is probably more important for the long run right now. So it kind of takes some of the, or at least it's Trump's attempt to sort of take some of the power away from Powell. But, Powell's still going to do what he wants right here. All right, it is 5:30. Give me a second. I got to go do a little bit of research and then hopefully we can get a higher bottom here, a higher low. Put in a larger W fractal here. Yep.
And before you go, I just received now a quotation I have an order for rock phosphate to be sent to China. And the prices got hit, like it's literally ×2 the price now.
That's crazy.
Yesterday, the guy, he called me actually. He's a military guy. He's a general in the Egyptian army. And he's like, Samuel, please get me any sort of document just to look the price for the Chinese before having any problems between Israel and Iran. And I told him it's not gonna happen till the next week. Don't worry, we have some time. And literally he told me, no, we don't have time. This is what he said yesterday. I was on the channel with 3 guns and the guys down. And they told him, and I told them, do you think it can happen? He told me, no, I need some time, I think.
Oh,
Literally,
man, that sucks.
I went out for my friend's birthday. I came back home and the chaos was everywhere. And the guy is telling me today, I told you.
That's crazy. A
He
friend of
said
mine.
that he said that Turkey purchased okay, their initial order was 10,000 metric ton of rock phosphate. Okay. Yesterday, they locked up 30,000 metric ton of rock phosphate because they knew, and they raised the price by 25% on
Wow.
them, and they managed, and they buy it anyway. So he told me those indicators tells you that there is something coming very soon, so be quick. And I was lazy.
No, that's
Now
crazy.
the price is down. Yeah. Anyway.
Salvo, he said rock phosphate, not crack rock, bro. Salvo said, bro, you're on YouTube. A buddy of mine was going to buy a R8 and he went home to think about it. And the salesman was like, look, this is one of our last pre-tariff R8s. Like, yeah, I'm going to think about it. He went back the other day to try to get it. He said it's sold, but we can get you the next one that comes in. It's going to be $50,000 more.
Wow.
Because of the tariffs. This cost him $50,000, not pulling the trigger when he should have.
The escalation is very far from today, actually. This is very big. Let's see. This is gonna impact really my business. I just don't know what to do.
Yeah, no, that's unsustainable, bro.
Yeah.
Unless you're gonna start charging your customers double, but Unfortunately, that's what happens, right? You got to pass that on to the customers at some point.
I'm worried about my chicken with those radiations, man.
Oh shit! You're in Jordan, right?
Yeah.
That's what you call a good sense of humor, guys. And said he's worried about his chickens and the radiation. I'm dead.
Feeding you eggs with radiation, with contained radiations.
Whoever is close to Iran is worried now. Iran or Israel. They're worried.
Yeah, hell yeah.
You
That's
are
why I think
closest
it's
to.
amazing that he can laugh about his chickens getting nuked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely though. Prayers, man. Prayers for peace.
Yeah. He's closest
Man, we're
to.
tired. I swear to God, we're tired. Like we just had this opportunity to breathe when we heard that Syria situation is becoming better, and those drug uh, dealers stopped just like, sending drugs to Jordan. That was crazy, actually. Was the cause actually for the big escalation between Jordan and Syria when Assad regime was there. And now we just like felt, oh, finally, Gaza is almost done. Okay, we're just gonna go back to normal. And look now, we're starting from the beginning.
It's
Unbelievable.
crazy, bro.
I don't know. Since the COVID outbreak, everything has been going mad year over year. So it's getting worse and worse and worse.
It's when they switch the simulation on us, man.
Yeah.
This new simulation is glitchy. Alright, let me go do this before it gets too late. I'll be back, guys.
Okay.
Yo, Dbloc.
But I don't understand it. Like Israel, they are not that many people. I think less than 10 million or something. They are surrounded by Islam countries with way more money and way more people. I would be scared in their place. What if they all bound together? Say, what is it? Egypt,
Why?
Syria, Jordan, Saudi Arabia, Iraq, Iran. If they would all bound together, say Israel, this is enough, no further, then they would have to listen. No?
Never gonna happen, my friend.
Yeah, I know, but that's, I think they know that they, because you have, what is it? Shiite and Sunnite or something like basically Saudi Arabia versus Iran, right? That are the two main arch enemies, and they know they will never help each other, and so that's what they take in advantage of. If it
Yeah, the
would be
problem is
one
that the Iranians have different mindset than the Arabs. Actually, they are not Arabs. They are
Persians, right?
Persians. Yeah. The thing is, they have it's like Catholic Orthodox kind of thing, and they have different beliefs, which believe that they have to have presence in every single country in the Arab region. And this is what initiated actually the hate years and years ago. If you notice that they have presence in Iran, in Yemen, they have presence in Lebanon, in
Yeah, yeah,
Syria,
yeah.
in Iraq. So they call it, I don't know how to say it in English actually. I'll try to translate it because it's hard to translate to the other side. They have this belief which they have to surround the area by their religious beliefs as well, and to initiate threats against Israel itself. So, and all the Arab countries wants to live in peace. They don't want anything to escalate. They don't want wars. They don't want problems. On the other side, those guys, the Iranians, are doing the opposite. They're just keeping us under threats because they have their militias everywhere, especially in Lebanon. But now they lost their presence in Lebanon. They lost their presence in Syria. They're about to lose it in Iraq. They almost lose it in Yemen as well. So their power de-escalated in a way which is really significantly big. And now they're just like playing solo.
Yeah.
Like if you tell me 1 year ago, they had like maybe 70% more power and more control over the situation. But now the only place where they can really strike and hit is only Iran. Before they used to use Lebanon, before they used to use Syria, they used to use Iraq. But when Israel managed to wipe the leaders of Hezbollah, things changed dramatically.
Yeah, and it's especially those. I mean, I don't know for Saudi Arabia and Iran, but the countries like Lebanon, Jordan, near the Mediterranean Sea, they want to just live their life there. I mean, they are different Arabs, to say it like that, than the one further in. I think they are. They would. I've been to Jordan actually.
They tried on multiple occasions to just like sit and talk, like, listen, don't do this, don't do that. Let's work together. Let's make the life much easier. Don't keep hitting the Palestinians. Don't keep taking their lands. Give them what they have. Take what you have. Do two countries, two-state solution. And they are refusing to do so. No matter how hard they try, the Israelis have a vision which they think about the greater Israel, which have like if you just Google it, you will see a map of the greater Israel, which has Sinai, Jordan, Syria, part of Syria, all Lebanon, half Iraq, northern Saudi Arabia. So this is a religious belief that they must get all those lands.
It's a bit like Putin.
It's like what?
It's a bit like Putin wants to have the Soviet back.
It's different
Israel.
story a little bit because
Yeah,
it's not
yeah.
religious.
Of
Yeah. When it's religious, it's really hard to just stop it because the people will think that you're going against your religion, which you're supposed to just work with the religion. And most of the Jews are actually are really religious people.
In Iran, is that still, how is he called? Ayatollah Khamenei and Ahmadinejad or something? Or that still those people in
No,
power? Or
no. Khamenei still exists. They tried to assassinate him yesterday, which they could not. The other guy, the head of the military, got assassinated yesterday with a strike, and many of the air defense leaders got hit actually in a meeting underground, which they got killed as well. And too many nuclear scientists got hit as well, got killed. Yeah, no, I don't know what they want, what Iran response will be, because that's silly if you think that this is only how I respond. 800 drones with cruise missiles coming all the way from Iran to Israel. Definitely it would be stopped. But I think was only a preparation for a bigger move because they didn't have that leader in place, the army leader in place, which he got assigned literally 30 minutes ago.
Huh.
Yeah, so let's see how it will play and what they will do. But Iran cannot do anything against Israel if we want to say, like, to be more realistic and to just compare the power. Without a land invasion, nothing can happen to Israel. There will be like really strong air defense system they have, and all the allies will try to stop every single drop. Will try to reach its way to Israel.
be right back.
But I guess Iran will retaliate in some way. He's not gonna stay
They did
quiet.
try
You know,
actually. Yeah, they did. They did actually. They launched 800 rockets and drones earlier this morning, which all got intercepted. Yeah, but this is not the response which anyone is expecting in such large scale. Because when the war was against Hezbollah in Lebanon, they did the same move. They launched 400 drones, rockets, and missile crews and ballistic missiles as well to Israel when they killed Hassan Nasrallah, the leader of Hezbollah.
actually, the whole Muslim world is on one side and Iran is on the other side because the Sunnism and the Shiism thing in
Shiasm,
Islam,
yeah.
if you know.
It's actually we know a lot of Shia people, okay,
Yeah.
but
Yeah, we know.
yeah,
We
I
live
have a
among them.
very I have too many friends which Shia, which you can literally just like live your life with, and they can help
Yeah.
you to that.
Yeah,
But the
they
problem
act
is
like
with
a
the
normal Muslim.
Iranian have
Yeah.
this mentality because they want to get rid of what they used to do.
Yeah,
back in the history with the Jewish people. Okay,
yeah,
the story is they used to go to Palestine, take all the Jews from there and take them back to Iran because they were smart in trades.
yeah,
Okay, and they used to kill them back afterwards. But then, because Netanyahu he lacks knowledge of history, which I believe he's not a religious person, which he just do things because he want to do it. He he's blaming the Arabs on that.
yeah.
So he's changing the facts.
The Saudi
Exactly.
Arabia is the one who wanted to get rid from Iran.
Yeah, but they're
You
friends
don't
now.
like Iran,
They're,
but
they're they are they
I
are in
think,
good terms now.
yeah, but I think Turkey and Pakistan, because
Mhm.
I'm from Pakistan, I know they're gonna help Iran in some ways. I don't know, but
Turkey is helping Israel already. They're doing some kind of
they're in
it's
conflict. So
complicated.
he's gonna help Iran, and obviously Pakistani officials they're gonna help Iran as well.
Yeah, the Chinese just spoke now. They're on Iran side,
Yeah, because
and
Pakistan and China are the allies, so they're gonna help Iran, and we have a border
mhm.
with Iran, and I know
But let's see how they will help them. This is
because
scary,
you
right?
know they are sending the same drone that they sent to Pakistan when the India and Pakistan conflicts were there. So they're sending the same drone to Iran, and we intercepted almost 99% of them. So let's see.
Mhm.
Trump just made a tweet.
Trump, let's see.
It must be funny.
Truth Social. Basically
He warned Iran.
saying,
Yeah, this is the one. Iran must make a deal. This is the one.
hold on, I'm not watching the screen share.
Actually, everyone
Iran must
wants.
make a deal before there is nothing left
Yep.
and save
Yeah, that's
what was nice known as Iranian Empire. Woof.
Friday the 13th.
Okay. I believe in 15 minutes, 15 to 20 minutes, you will hear that there is some kind of strike on Iran. Because I can hear the Israeli Air Force is flying from our sky. It's far away. I just barely can hear the engines.
I see stuff on X about a second round, but I don't know if that's true or not. So
Yeah,
we'll
they
see.
did second round and they will do the third now.
Yeah, they also I saw they destroyed a lot of fucking air defense systems, so it's
Yeah.
not looking good for Iran. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, man, I'm watching a video now just showing how the rocket literally hit the radar on top of a car. It's literally in the middle. I gave Iran chance after chance to make a deal. I told them, in the strongest of the world, to just do it. But no matter how hard they tried, no matter how close they got, they just couldn't get it done. I told them it would be much worse than anything they know, anticipated, or were told. That the United States make the best and most lethal military equipment anywhere in the world by far, and the Israeli has a lot of it, with much more to come, and they know how to use it. Ah, certainly. Let's see. Yes, new strikes, new Israeli strikes on another nuclear reactor on Iran. Just told you that.
Open mic, man. Bam, you have an open mic.
You. Right. Oh shit. Oh, look at that. Double. I think I did the same thing.
Open mic, guys. Open mic.
You watching videos? What's this?
Guys, open mic.
He had it.
We got some up momentum.
Yeah, momentum with the vector candle.
You think that because yeah, we agree, it is in the channel we agree that the Iran situation is not the cause of this dump. It's the TA behind it told us the story already. But do you think it's possible that like the Iran stuff is making it so that it's not going up as fast as we thought it would? Because the downwards movement we had already. But it's recovering slower than we expected. I don't know, it's a question.
Yeah, it's moving slowly as the Dbloc draw the uptrend line. So we are above the 50 EMA. So as long as we are above the cloud, above the 50 EMA, we are good. But these vector candles are not good for the uptrend.
Yeah, but don't we, in the way down, but that were, I mean, the big dump that were also vector candles, no? So these are
Yeah,
the recovery of those down vectors, no? Or do I miss something?
yeah, the moment is really slow because of the situation that has been going on between Iran and Israel. So the movement toward the upside is a bit slow.
Did Dbloc go to bed already or is still around?
Yeah, he said he was doing some
He had to
research
go
and
do something. That's what the last thing that I heard from him, but I was not at my desk
yeah,
the whole time, so I don't know if he, in the meantime, maybe he said that he was
yeah, he
going
was
sleep.
here about an hour ago. He was here. But
Hola. Hola, mi amigos. Still no massive outcome just yet from the pullback. Slight bounce, but nothing dramatic as far as upside goes just yet.
Hey Rick, you there?
Yeah, brother. What's happening?
Good morning.
Morning. Good evening.
Yeah, I figured that.
Your neck of
How
the
long you
woods.
reckon this is gonna carry on? A couple weeks?
This what the drawdown?
Yeah, the Iranian deal, yeah.
Oh, the Iranian. Oh, dude, that's anyone's guess. It could be like a couple of weeks. It could be a full campaign that opens up and goes for years. Like I don't know. I mean, it's nothing new. I mean, the region has had tension for decades. You know what I mean? Like it flares up and calms down. It ebbs and flows, but it's not really anything new. I hate to say it,
Yeah,
though
they've been
it is a
waiting
big
for
deal.
this.
Like I mean, for I guess for that capital city being bombed, it's never been bombed. I don't think. Like Iran has never been attacked like that. So I guess that's a first. But I mean, Israel like mounting an attack, that's not new. At least in the past couple of years, right?
Yeah,
But anyway, like
they're accustomed to it, so
yeah, it's a long contested sort of region of the world. That whole and like yeah, just tensions in and out of that area. But like we've seen that for a long time, and it's like okay, well, the nuclear threat is what sort of is the most, I guess, impacting thing in my opinion. Like that's why the world's like watching with concern. It's like crap, is this going to escalate to that level? Hopefully not. Hopefully it just you know there's ceasefires that are agreed upon and things de-escalate, because no one needs that. No one needs escalation to that level. So these psychopathic world leaders need to calm down and stop playing games with people's lives, you know?
Yeah, you think about all the people that's been taken out just
Oh
with the
man.
Ukraine and now this and
Yeah. I just think these world leaders are completely out of touch. They don't even have any remorse or feeling toward life, like human life. I don't think they care. I really don't think. It's just games to them. They just, you know, they don't see it either. They probably don't even see the ugly side of it. They probably just sit behind a desk and make orders based off their ego, you know? Sad.
I don't think there's actually been any threats towards the U.S. Has it? I mean, I know they don't like us, but
the last time technically I think that the US was attacked was Pearl Harbor, like in any big way. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's
yeah,
pretty
other than
much the
verbal,
way it
yeah.
is. Yeah, like who's ever actually come to mainland USA for an attack? I don't think it's happened. No one's ever tried that.
No, I mean 9/11, but that was a whole
Oh
different
yeah,
type.
that was like an isolated terror attack. Yeah, but as far as like a military strike or like missile launch and that kind of stuff, there's never been any kind of like coordinated
Never happened.
military attack. I don't think.
The last war that I can think of on American land was the Mexican-American War, maybe.
Oh yeah, okay.
But we don't count that really. I guess it was
that would be. It's like a death wish. Like if you want to bring pain upon your country, attack US on US soil. Like you will get ruined. The retaliation would not be nice. Like
the closest we came was the Cuban Missile Crisis in '61.
Oh yeah, yep. But yeah, I mean, as far as crypto goes, like to circle back to crypto, and I think maybe crypto was waiting for this move to happen anyway. Like, you know what I mean? Like it was working on this kind of a move anyway. And this kind of uncertainty around the world has just sped it up in a way. It's made the result come quicker. But I think, I don't know. Like, I think the market always finds a way to get back to where it wants to be. The COVID crash is a good example of that. It's a spike down and then it returns back to where it sort of started.
And I think
where the
if
market wants it.
if we had one of those incidents right now, say a COVID, I don't think we'd go down near as far.
Like a pandemic, yeah. Hypothetically, yeah. If we had a pandemic, I think the economic impact of COVID was the fact that a lot of what do you call it? Supply lines, logistics, all like slowed right down, if not halted, causing supply problems. And the demand remained there because people still need their stuff, right? There's still going to be demand. So when there's no supply, you get a supply shock. And that's what spikes prices because they have to increase the price to curb the demand, which is basically what inflation is, right? When the demand outweighs the supply, you get inflation. It inflates the prices. Because, if you can't bring supply to the demand, you're going to get a massive price spike. So basically, to try and calm down demand, you just make it really expensive, and then you'll only the people that truly want the items will be there to buy it. You know, and that does
Yeah.
curb demand a little bit, like because people stop buying when things are too expensive. Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking about it last night. I'm like,
Mm.
a little bit of bad news will just send everything down 10, 15%. A little bit of good
Yeah.
news won't hardly budge it.
Yeah, it's I mean, if the market wants Bitcoin above 110,000, it'll take it there, you know. And when I say the market, I just mean the natural dynamic of supply demand, you know. If the demand's there, but if the demand doesn't show up, if everyone's too scared to buy it, including investors, including, you know, ETF buyers, that kind of thing, Wall Street, then yeah, price won't go up. It's pretty simple. Like,
Well, even for me,
yeah,
thinking Bitcoin's having a hard time going below 102 or 103 means it's a
yeah,
pretty strong asset.
yeah. I think it would take a very like ground shaking event to cause Bitcoin to crash significantly like that. Something maybe directly impactful, like if, let's say, like there was some kind of ban in one of the major countries for crypto or something. You know, that would really rock the market.
Or
Yeah,
the
but
Trump tweet something stupid that can
yeah,
push the
that
price
can,
down.
yeah, it can create volatility. But yeah, to kill the sentiment of the entire cycle, that would take something very extreme. Like, I mean, look at
Yeah, out of the way
tariff
thing.
war. Yeah, like the tariff thing, that has a fundamental impact because it's, you know, it's economically impactful to the whole planet.
Yeah.
When you shake up the trade like that, the economies, you know, so that yeah, that sort of affects the broader economy. But crypto, yeah, I feel like crypto is like the perfect asset, like Bitcoin is, because it doesn't require the performance of a team of people like a company does. You know, Microsoft will do well, or Google or Apple will do well if the team working at Apple come up with a new product to interest new investors and that kind of thing, or drive up sales, like, you know, drum up sales, like something like that. And that is, you know, that's down to the performance of the team at Apple. You know, if they come out with a new iPhone that is like, you know, the next level in technology. But other than that, like, yeah, they find little new ways of keeping the investors, keeping people buying iPhones, and just to use that as an example. But Bitcoin doesn't rely on that. Bitcoin doesn't have to come out with a product. It's already set before it. Like the algorithm, it's like a math equation. The equation has been set. There's nothing else to do other than let it play out, you know? Like it gets mined. Um so it's a finite supply thing. So yeah, like I guess its future is a lot more predictable than, say, Apple or any kind of company, because we don't know if they're going to mess up or do something stupid, like rock the market somehow, you know. So that's the interesting thing about it. It's like, you know where the supply situation's going. That's predictable, right? The supply path. We know its limitation, right? We know, well, it's never going to get more than 21 million, and we know that there's so many coins in circulation, and it can only get less than that, really, because of people losing their keys or whatever. So but I guess the point is it can't get any. We know what the limits are. We know how much new Bitcoin's going to hit the scene and all that. So um yeah, So that's an interesting thing, because it's like that variables on lockdown. Like we know what to expect. And then I guess it comes down to like how the economy's a bigger variable to Bitcoin than Bitcoin itself. Bitcoin's a lot more fixed and predictable about what Bitcoin does, you know?
Yeah, I remember when I first got into this. It's been about 5 years now. I mean, you never heard news about it. It never was. Maybe every now and then, what's this thing called Bitcoin? You know, but now it's like every day there's things going on, and there's projects in the works, and regulations coming. So if you think about it, it's come a long way.
Yeah, exactly. So I guess last week it was the Elon Musk Donald Trump war. And then this weekend it's Israel Iran conflict. You know, it's just like another big event in the news. So it's like, okay, well, it has its initial impact. That rocks the
I think
market
I think the
initially.
markets are finally the markets are gonna accept. Hey, we're gonna have these things. That's why
Yeah.
we don't take as big a dips as what we do, and there's a lot of things that's not in our control, and I think Elon and Trump might be dating again because Elon kind of apologized. So
Yeah, he acknowledged that he went too far. Yep. Yep. That's kind of,
I'd like to know
yeah.
the inside story on all that.
Yeah. I mean, he didn't outwardly apologize, but he did say that he regretted going too far or whatever. So that's in a way, I guess, a light, like a read between the lines kind of apology, I suppose. For lack of a
I mean,
better term.
if we had just 2 months of good news, and maybe rate cuts and everything's fine, and California finally fell off the ocean, and Trump and Elon are still dating, I think Bitcoin might see 200,000.
Yeah, it's I mean, I'll tell you what, fiat, the US dollar, like, the pound, the euro, none of these currencies are getting better. They're only getting worse. So
Oh
two
yeah,
hundred
absolutely.
thousand dollar $200,000 Bitcoin's inevitable. So is $1 million Bitcoin. If things remain on the path that they are, which I'm pretty sure they will, as far as the way that Bitcoin functions, um, you know, it's solidifying itself around the world because countries are now collecting, setting up strategic reserves, like actually paying attention to Bitcoin now as well. So that's a good thing. And no one's fixing the economy. No one's fixing the dollar. The dollar is working the way it was kind of designed. It's intended to do this, Fiat currencies are intended to uh, erode like this. It's just the function of credit, the debit credit cycles, and the way that they handle the economy slowing down is they print more of it, and that just devalues it and debases it, and eventually it's just, yeah, over time it loses its buying power, its purchasing power.
Yeah,
So
it
while
has lost a lot of value in the last 25 years.
yeah, yeah. If you were to take just a smooth average, if you smoothed out Bitcoin's average price over its lifetime, that's an appreciating asset, not a depreciating. So, yeah, one's going up, one's going down. The dollar's going down in value, and Bitcoin's going up in value over time. So it's volatility. There's no doubt about that. Bitcoin is volatile, but if you hang in there and you take an average, it's, yeah, over time it's performing well. I think a lot of things do well against the dollar over time. Look at fuel, even fuel prices. that has been an appreciating thing. Like and that is the effect of the dollar. It's not that fuel's changing. It's just that the dollar's depreciating and makes it look like fuel's getting more valuable, but it's really not. It's just the power of your money is diminishing. It's getting weaker. Which is interesting to sort of think about, because it's like, how many assets, if you take away the eroding dollar factor or inflation, if you correct things for inflation, it's like you get to see like the core performance of an asset. So even if you take away inflation, Bitcoin's still impressive. Like if you adjust the Bitcoin chart for inflation, it still goes up in value.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, and same with the stock market. Like over time, that has gone up regardless of inflation. You know, if you take the inflation out of it, it's yeah, it still does go up. And
Yeah, I
that's,
mean,
I
look
think,
where we're at. We're still flirting, with all-time highs in the stock market.
yeah.
So the Genius Act, is that vote coming up this week, or
I'm not sure. We're waiting on the XRP spot ETF. So that
are we not
decision date
expecting
is,
news today or this week on XRP?
it's the 16th. So Monday USA
Okay.
is the deadline. So they have to make a decision. They can't delay. They've delayed. They get to do a certain amount of delays, and then there's a certain date where it's called a deadline. So they have to say yay or nay by that date. So that's the Franklin Templeton one. Anyway, I gotta bounce. I'll be back later.
All right, bro.
All right, man.
من agora é. Добре. Направо 20 секунд.
Looks like Bitcoin held strong through the night. That a boy, Bitcoin. I don't know what to say about Doge though. This might be a rising wedge, so I'm still kind of scared.
Morning.
Morning, BJ. How you doing?
Good, thank you. So yeah, Bitcoin needs to push over that 800 on 15-minute now for that secondary rise. We need at 106 area 106.9 and then 107.1.
Oh yeah, that would help.
We're gonna have trouble on about 3 different places here today, so it'll be choppy.
Yeah, it seems like it's at least the selling pressure subsided. It's like people wake up and they're like, "Oh no, what did we do?" People that sold yesterday. People that sold yesterday are like, "What have we done? It's going back up. I need to get back in."
Doge needs to hold the 19-20 cent area now, and then after it does that, it can bust out of there. If it does with some, nice volume, you can see then it can have an ascending move, pretty sustainable through to make a new all-time high, really. This would be I think the bottom since 21, probably at this juncture. But it really does have to push through that 19-20 cent. And then I think it's a 24. Let me check my chart. There's a big macro line that has to be crossed. So
Yeah, I would have liked if it had held that anchor VWAP, but it didn't. But everything was crashing, so it made it kind of difficult. But I mean, it hasn't made a lower low yet, so.
No. Yeah, 17.1 needs to hold for sure. And then if it can cross on the ascending angle at 17.814, then we should have our move. And then to look on the, let's see, what the 30-minute chart, we need 20641. Uh, 239 or 24166 should get us to where we're going. But it's going to take a little bit of effort because there's a lot of trouble at 199. You got liquidations clear up to the 2-1 area.
Yeah, I was looking at the 21, 22 cent area as potential target.
And the grand point of control is at 1677. So to me, it looks ripe and ready to go.
Yeah, 21's probably going to be a real problem though.
Mm-hmm.
I would assume.
1999 first, and then yeah, to right 21. So let's see. Now, if it does have a hard time here and it sinks below 17.1, let's see. It can have a turn again at 16,265 up and then swing around the bottom, similar to what Bitcoin just did, and then find its way around the underside back up to 18.2.
I'll be back in a few minutes.
All right. Good morning. Yeah, I gotta get my coffee too.
Yeah, I definitely need some coffee.
Bitcoin's having a tiny bit of trouble here. I'm not terribly worried, but it's not pushing through with a lot of momentum. It's just kind of hanging here for a little bit, trying to get the juice it needs to go over that 50 on for the 1 hour.
Yep, I'm hoping it can push through. We got about an hour till market opens, so hopefully it can hold its ground until at least then.
Yeah, 104.86 should hold. But you do have the 800 EMA on the 1 hour chart that is sitting at 104.55 at the moment. So unless we make a little bit of a push now and close some candles over that 105.9 area, 106, we might look towards that 800. Let's see, where's the daily open is probably right around there, I would imagine. Let's see. Oh, the daily open is right here at one above there, 105.7. So um, yeah, I think we can manage this, at least the 105.7 and then 106.5. 200 MA is at 106.5 for the 1 hour. So we have that that range between and then the 50 MAs on top of the ribbon, up just above the pivot point. And that's at 107, just a little bit above 107. All right, so we're on top of the 13 EMA for the 1 hour, And we're headed towards equilibrium. That's at 105.526. And I would imagine we'll try to kind of be bouncing up and down through there, trying to go after that 50 EMA, crossing the pivot point. There, the 200 EMA is right above there. So we can see a nice little move here. So I would imagine the 5 minutes going to try to go after that 800 up there at the top at 106.8. So let's see if we can do it. We've just gotten over the 5 minute 200 EMA. So we'll want the 5 EMA to push through above that 200 EMA and follow price upward. We're above the volume range on the 5 minute profile. So it'll be extra good if that 104.960 can hold. And we might fall, if we're not, we might fall down to that 13 EMA. Let's see if we can push over. All right, there's a new candle here for this 8:30. The 5's over the 13 on the 30-minute chart. And the 50 EMA is above that. And then, of course, like I said, the daily open is above that 50 EMA on the 15-minute. So we're just trying to push up and reclaim those averages. Right, so the 6-hour chart is really extremely important because the 50 MA is right at the 106. and reclaiming that the moving averages on the 6-hour chart gets us over the pivot point and gets us over 107.3.
Big buys coming in. Big buys coming in. Watch out. Congratulations to the Cypher. 5K subscribers.
Let's go.
Friday the 13th. Things might get a little spooky, but we'll see. I'm
Maybe
still in
they'll
my
do the
Doge.
opposite, just be super bullish.
Yeah, right? I'm still holding that Doge. Bitcoin's trying to stay above 105. It's around that area, so I'll see if we can hang out. Key level right now, the local resistance, 105.816. 105.815 area. That's key right now. We gotta bust that open. It'd be really nice to bust that before market open. Still got about 40 minutes, 39 minutes. Morning, easy dubs. Lily in the house. Evangeli. Pozniak. Pistets. What up, Sing Games? Sing Games bearish this morning. Watch out. Sing Games both are coming after you today. I'm making some phone calls. Be careful. I don't know what to do to get you guys bullish on some Doge. Just in case these things pop up. Because things are cooking, man. Check out the GitHub. They are hot. If nobody knows what GitHub is, that's where the developers hang out and volunteer developers hang out and do their code work and all that good stuff. There's an engine called Fractal Engine that is going to be taking most of the weight of all of the Dogecoin transactions that don't have to do with crypto. Well, I guess they all have to do with crypto, but all the transactions are going to be sidechained using Fractal Engine, Doge operating system. I'm really thinking these plays are pretty obvious in my opinion, man. Bitcoin, Ethereum, XRP, Solana, Doge, and Sui. Did I say Sui twice? Maybe XLM a little bit because it gets that love from XRP. You know what I'm saying? But I'm talking about just by like volume activity. And I'm seeing what the market makers really like to play with. And the volume on those, man, is so healthy that anybody looking for a good liquidity play is going to play with. Low slippage, big moves. Some games bearish since 15K. You did not read the chat back then. We're still going to zero, bro. You know it. All right, but let me dump this Doge first before we do that, man. Hold on, man. Let me get a little profit or something. Come on, dog. Let's see if I can find any bullish news on Bitcoin today. What's crack-a-lacking with good old Betty this morning? Probably gonna be a lot of FUD on the timeline. I like that. FUD is good. FUD feeds the flames. Oh, look at this. Some people are calling for an 80% rally setup that preceded 2024 Israel-Iran conflict. One analysis spots a bullish fractal. I was remembering the fractals. So there's some bullish ones, some bearish ones, but there's a bullish fractal driven by 2024 like liquidity grabs, hinting that Bitcoin may break out towards new all-time highs. Bitcoin rebounds from about 5.5% drop after the latest escalation. Let's see, when was this? This was, okay, this is pretty recent. Analysts highlight a bullish fractal involving liquidity grab, suggesting BTC could soon break towards new highs. And this is via Cointelegraph, our friends. Macro tailwinds and whale accumulation support a potential rally to $150,000 or more in 2025. Bitcoin is flashing signs of bullish rejection, shrugging off recent selling pressure sparked by the renewed conflict between Israel and Iran. This setup is strikingly similar to the one that preceded 80% rally in late 2024. The Bitcoin bulls are defending the 2024 era trend line on Friday. Well, today is Friday. So Bitcoin rebounded from a new low near 102, or not a new low, but from a low near 102,800 after sliding 5.5% response to the airstrikes. That's what they say, but I think it was in the charts anyways. The cryptocurrency recovered a portion of its losses afterwards, reaching over 105,500. The bounce aligns with the successful retest of Bitcoin's 50-day simple moving average. The 50-day SMA, let me see, this is all BS. We all know what the 50-day SMA is. Okay, and they say the 50 SMA, a technical level that has historically attested as a reliable support. This price structure closely mirrors Bitcoin's performance in October 2024, when it fell 8.8% after Iran launched the missile barrage on Israel. That decline also found support at the 50-day SMA, with Bitcoin bottoming just around 60,500. What followed was a sharp reversal. Bitcoin surged over 80% by December, topping around 108,365. That's pretty interesting. There's another study here that head research at Bitwise ETP arm and ETC group show that while Bitcoin often sees short-term price decline during periods of geopolitical tension or conflict, it consistently rebounds. On average, Bitcoin recovers within 50 days and in most cases surpasses its pre-event price levels, underscoring the asset's resilience in the face of global uncertainty. The current pullback may prove to be another brief pause in Bitcoin's broader uptrend, especially in the wake of recent positive updates. That includes the rising odds of Federal Reserve interest rate cuts and easing U.S.-China trade tensions. On-chain data confirms renewed whale accumulation, suggesting that large investors buy into price weakness. These whales are buying when you are crying. Market analysis, what the hell is his name? Merligen, the trader points to separate fractal unfolding, one driven by liquidity grabs and traders. Anyone could cut me off when they want if they want. His side-by-side chart comparison shows signs of Bitcoin breaking above a descending trend line and range high resistance, just as it did ahead of its surge past $100,000 after the Israel-Iran conflict in late 2024. So these are multiple strategists that are looking at the same thing. This guy's saying same structure, same trap, same breakout. In 2024, BTC exploded after the liquidity grab. In 2025, it's setting up again. Many analysts see Bitcoin's price rallying to record highs in 2025, with year-end predictions ranging from $150,000 to over $200,000. One skeptic analysis, though, sees BTC uptrend having been exhausted near its current record high of $112,000. I'm not going to read that part because today we're bullish. You guys can go on and read the part that says we're stuck at 112 because I don't believe it. I might believe it if I sell though.
I mean, we are stuck at 112. The question is for how long?
I mean, technically, if you zoom out, we're in price discovery. We did a higher high. Hopefully, we don't do the same fractal that we did back in April 2021-ish, May, around there. If we don't repeat that same kind of pattern, 2 rounded tops and then a dump, and they made it, that was a higher high too. Bitcoin made a higher high and then it dumped. So that's the one thing I'm kind of scared about. You know, I'm not scared, but just keep my eye on. But it's looking fine, man. After this dump, we couldn't even break 102,500, 102,000, yeah. So I think the Bulls did a good job of holding it. Let's see. Previous wick got all the way down to 100,000, 265, 267-ish. So these weak ass bears, I was bearish at the time. We couldn't even break that 100,000. We were trying. That's when I had to become a Benedict Arnold and switch up the uniform real quick, become a bull again. I'm thinking of burning the bear costume actually, but I don't know. Maybe I'll keep it close. Might be a good time just to burn it though, just to forget about that bear costume. Because the bear costume is just a costume. I'm a bull at heart.
You get your Halloween costume when you're trying to scare the children.
Yeah, it's a spooky bear. And I'm glad if we get a retrace right now before 9:30 New York time. I don't want to pump into market open. I'd rather dip a little bit into market open, set things up nice.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie though, Doge here is looking kind of bearish because it's got like a bear flag, a rising wedge on the 1
Well,
minute.
Yeah, everything is.
Couldn't get past the 0.5.
Right now, almost everything across the board is very similar. Bitcoin's pretty much doing the same thing.
Yeah, I'm scared.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little bit scared too. I got a lot on the line right here.
You go for like a double bottom maybe or something. I don't know. I feel like the peak panic happened yesterday though.
All right, WeTube's right. He said, man, burning the bear costume means never getting a low buying. What are you saying? True. Maybe I shouldn't burn it. I feel him.
Yeah, you gotta at least keep the head part. Don't burn it. Just lend it to Wall Street for like 6 months, so they can get wrecked.
After I take profit.
Well, even before you take profit, because when we're going up, and there's people that have been, huh?
Are you still up from last night?
No, I did sleep, but not very well. Well, I slept all right, I guess. It was just, I think I went like maybe 5 or 6 hours or something.
That's not bad. Little long cat nap.
Yeah. Recharged a decent amount, but yeah, this is the time when I need to be. This is crunch time, so I gotta be here. As soon as things start looking bullish again, though, I'm gonna walk away.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. There are some pretty bearish TA analysis out there
Be
right
right
now.
back.
Yep. Yeah, I'm gonna go grab a drink too. I'll be right back also.
Save the bulls. Save the bulls.
You mean save the bears? The bulls don't need to be saved, man. They're good.
Maybe. We'll see. I think today will be very telling.
Guys, zoom out. Just go on a weekly chart, go on even daily chart, and just scroll that mouse and zoom out a little bit. Do you guys realize we're still above $100,000?
Yeah, but
Imagine how many bears are dying right now. So it's still a bull's world. They're still running the game.
Yeah, but that's all. When you compare it to altcoins, it's also like saying like, oh, gold is still above 3,000 when the S&P is dropping 20%. Yeah.
Well, yeah, alts are getting slaughtered, a lot of them. And they did get slaughtered. They couldn't make it up as high as Bitcoin did. But just from where we're at now in the grand scheme of things, it's the bears that need help, not the bulls, in my opinion.
Well, here's the problem I see is that I would think like, oh yeah, we're gonna go liquidate some shorts, but I don't think anybody got a chance to short. There was just so much selling that happened so quick. There was no like, rebound for people to get in an entry on a short.
Qui-Gon, the structure is already there, and so unless there's a drastic move from here here down that turns those macros over, you're not gonna get a fight below. Yeah, we're gonna stay here because our macro angle is greater than 50% at the moment on the ascending. We're just now on 5 minute, we're just now just under the 50 EMA. And in the course of the next couple hours, we should be solidifying that over that line, and that would be over 105.6. So that's why it's so important to get over 105.6. But we're at a corner, and so unless we continue to turn those moving averages down and do it like sharply here, I don't see that we're gonna lose our upward momentum. Even though we're drifting slightly lower, we're not drifting enough, is what I'm trying to say. Our build is already to the upside. It takes a lot of power to turn things over that much.
And these quick dips, these are the clean, nice, daddy long legs that like to give legs of support. If you see like all the mini blow off bottoms on a 6-hour chart across when we've been hanging out above 100K, these are what we need to kind of post down support, these little blow off bottoms.
Yeah, these big capitulation days are usually good for buying. I just don't know if the bottom there is going to be revisited or not. But the good thing is that we got the CME gap out of the way.
And it's true that this geopolitical stress can, add a little bit more volatility than what we might have liked, and it probably did bring our number down a little lower than what many were, expecting. Because, frankly, I was expecting more towards the 104.6 to hold 104.2, 104.6. So that little bit, tiny bit lower was, probably due to that geopolitical stress. But we're still in pretty much the same position that we were in. That's we recovered enough of that dip so far. I think that we're safe.
All right, I'll just say, just a heads up, the S&P, we're gonna open in about 7 minutes, but the S&P futures are down. They've been dropping like overnight, so we're probably gonna have a gap down when we open. And then I don't know if it's gonna come up and fill that and continue down, or if it ends up bouncing and being bullish, or maybe we come down to 59.27 on S&P and then bounce again.
So there is a scenario that we can go to 101.
Yeah, I don't know if you were here when I was reading an article from Cointelegraph, and basically there's one author that's saying Bitcoin mirrors 80% rally setup that preceded the 2024 Israel-Iran conflict. So yeah, if a lot of people think back last time, you know, sometimes history does repeat itself or it rhymes. We had a thing with Israel and Iran in 2024, and Bitcoin did drop 10%, maybe a little bit more, and then had an 80% rally while everyone was flooded out because of Israel and Iran. Could the same thing happen here? Possibly.
What was the date of that? Do you know?
Yeah, that was October 2024.
Thank you.
It fell 8.8% immediately after Iran launched a missile barrage on Israel.
Thank you.
And that's when it like touched the 50-day SMA and it bottomed around 60,500. And right after that, it did a reversal and it went 80% up and it topped out. That's when we got to $108,000 basically. So it's a pretty similar setup. If you got the 50-day SMA, a lot of people are saying once Bitcoin taps that $130,000, that no one's going to really want to sell their Bitcoin, especially retail. Because, you know, that's a 130,000 mark. That's an interesting mark.
Yep.
And, you know, a lot of people are saying that sell pressure evaporates around there, like at 13, right a little bit above that 10 decimal psychological, go up a little bit, not quite halfway to 150, but a little bit closer than halfway to 130. It's just, that's that magic number, it seems like. So you could see sell pressure evaporate if we get to 130.
Because if you think about it, if you were somebody that bought it in the 69 area, and then you're doubling your money at 120, you're not going to sell. If it goes to 130, you might sell.
Under 150. You'll be like 150 is pushing it. Once you
Yep.
get closer to 130, 140, you're gonna be like, all right, this is getting too greedy. Let me take profit.
Yep. Because there is a line after like between 127 and 142, I believe it is. And then you have another kind of block from 140-ish to 157. And then you go up to 178 to 80.
So here's an interesting stat. The average Bitcoin long-term holder, those who hold more than 155 days, is currently up around 215%. An average purchase price of $34,414. So that's their average. And these are long-term Bitcoin holders. And they're mostly up 215% right now. And I think those old sellers, they like to sell around 100,000. And there's new buyers that came in around 100 that are gonna, it's the baton's getting passed on basically. And I think, these new buyers are gonna have enough buying power to carry the torch of the selling pressure from the old school wallets.
A lot of people bought around 98.
Yep.
And that 83 to 85, well, it was 82 to 85. That was a really nice buying spot.
And especially that 74 to 80,000 range. Imagine how many good buys came there. So I think a lot of those positions are going to want to look for a double up. So they're probably targeting 160.
Yeah, they're waiting for 140 to 160, exactly.
Yeah.
And then the pressure with the institutional buying is something that I don't think we quite understand. That is a lagging bullish. We won't feel the effects of all of that for a little bit of time. It's going to swell is what I'm trying to say. Because when all of the retirement accounts and, business accounts, yeah, sorry.
I'm sorry to cut you off. Just letting you know, market is open.
Okay. Yeah.
Stock market open?
Yep, it's 9:30.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You're saying retirement accounts?
Right. There's, there'll be retirement accounts that add a cryptocurrency position to their portfolios. And that position will become stronger and stronger as there's more tokenization and more risk or assets are tied to these portfolios. And you can see that when the banks are now adding their own level of, adjusting for additional cryptocurrency exposure. So when large school boards and state retirement accounts are beginning to increase their level of exposure to cryptocurrency, you can bet that there isn't going to be that much room to be thinking about wanting to sell your Bitcoin and other, cryptocurrency. It's just going to grow.
Big buys coming in.
And crossed, depending on the retaliation.
Right now, everyone's selling their stocks. They're getting spooked out of their stocks because of the situation, geopolitical situation, and they're going to go straight into Bitcoin, and that's going to go straight into some alts slowly. Bitcoin first. That's why we see dominance at 64, almost 65%. It's going to stay like that for a while as these guys get spooked out of the stock market and slowly come into Bitcoin. But after that, we're going to get some love on the alts too. I'm stacking up on Doge. Oh, did I speak too soon? Getting some big sells coming in. Bears just heard me and they didn't like that. But yeah, I'm going to stick to my guns. That's what's slowly going to happen. People are going to see that Bitcoin is the go-to, especially in situations like this. Is that some bear meat I smell?
Yep. And here it comes. Ready or not.
Just as you say that, I'm biting into some meat right now. Like right exactly the time you said that.
Yep. It's right
That's
there.
crazy, man.
That's
How
the
did you
pattern.
know?
I just smelled it through the phone.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and Doge has a little resistance at 1765. If it can pop that, I think it can start testing that 18 cents again.
All right, so we need 105,619 or better through, through this move. The most bullish scenario, or the best, the best thing would be to cross over 105,846.
What's interesting right now, Bitcoin's trying to make a higher local high, but we can see a lot of the alts were already able to just make their higher local off this like very small time frame. So we can see, even though dominance is high on Bitcoin, some of the alts are trying to preemptively move as well.
For those who were in the 2021 bear market, do you remember having to like trek through and gruel through this much like volatility and waiting around for things to happen?
No,
Because I don't. It was easier.
it was much
This
easier.
is
It
this
was
is like
5
punishing.
times easier. Yes, it's punishing.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
horrible trade. Yeah.
It's really not easy. Yeah.
No, you have to be you have to be really on the ball, and you have to really know your numbers. You have to know what you're doing.
Yeah. Yeah. You can't just sit in something and let it grow, like, because there's so many backtracks. Like it goes, you seem to be getting somewhere one week, and then before you know it, you're right back to where you started on the entry. So if you don't take profits, it's like, well, it's all for nothing kind of thing. So you may as well be swinging.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
shorter trades, and you must without a doubt take profit.
Yeah. See, the old bear market, the old bull or previous bull markets, it was like just wait around for the next
Yes.
expansion,
Yeah,
and there
you
was
could.
progress.
Yes, you could ride it, and you could compound it as it went up. You could add more with
Yeah.
confidence.
Yeah. And maybe that's just a reflection on the seasonality of it. Like we're just not in that season yet. But yeah, it's been frustrating to
I
say
think
the
a lot
least.
of it, to be honest, has to do with the opening and the closing of all of these ETFs and everything, and all of that.
Yeah.
That has changed the game in a lot of ways,
Mm-hmm.
because there's so
Yep.
many people that are talking about, well, I need to hold or sell my position on Friday because I don't want to be stuck before Monday. And
Oh yeah.
so the 24-hour market that we enjoyed so much is really changed.
Yep. See, it would be interesting to see where we would stand if there was no ETFs at all, because
Correct.
then we could measure like where we're at compared to last cycle. But because
Yep.
there's this ETF thing, there's like this inflation on Bitcoin,
Yes.
like not in price, but in market cap. There's a big expansion, but we're not seeing that rotation because it's ETF specific. Like that's what I think.
I believe that's
It's
true. Exactly.
yeah,
And it's kind of
yeah,
like how we felt when the ETFs were announced, and we all thought that was just going to pump the price up so much. And we sat there
yeah.
and we thought, why are we declining
Mm,
instead of increasing?
yeah,
And the same
that's
thing
it.
like with Sol and oh shoot, XRP. You
Yeah,
think XRP would already be at $5 by now, but no,
yeah.
it's yeah,
The
it's really something to understand how lagging the results are.
Also,
So
an interesting thing with market makers in 21, that's when they really started getting involved. And they, you know, they had a lot of weight, like Wintermute and a few other companies. They really got involved, and I think it was the market makers that were actually they were short gamma, so because they were sellers of put. And in 2021, you know, they knew what they were doing, and they basically are the ones that dropped it. So once they started getting more in tune with Bitcoin, I think that's when things get more difficult, because that's the market maker's job basically, is to go against the grain.
So when you think about, okay, let's just take Wall Street investment firm like A, like it's just, you know, investment firm A, investment firm B. So let's say this firm A comes along and buys the IBIT shares, which is the BlackRock Bitcoin spot ETF share, right? Let's say they buy 1 million of that. So they own 1 million worth of the contract, the IBIT share, right? The ETF. Now, Coinbase then has to go and buy 1 million real Bitcoin and custody it within Coinbase, because it's supposed to be backed 1-for-1. Like that's the law the SEC set for these ETFs. It's like you have to custody 1 Bitcoin per, you know, to represent what they bought in the ETF. Now, my question is, how does that money get into the alts? It can't. It can only be bought and sold by BlackRock taking the action that the person holding the ETF. So there's no avenue. Like, what's the avenue for that to go into, like, you know, Pepe or like Dogecoin? You know what I mean? So
Exactly.
it's like, yeah.
And that's something to think about, because it used to be that there was that rotation that you know, you could sit there and when Bitcoin had its cool down, then you stuck your profit into your alt, and then you let that ride up, and then you took your profit on that and you put it back into Bitcoin, you know, and you did that cycle. And you could even, you know, you could even look at the different alts and cycle amongst them, because there was like a Doge. You could do that with Doge and Bitcoin. It was a whole different game before.
And Coinbase doesn't hold 1-for-1. It doesn't hold 1-for-1. It only holds what's proportionate to the number of shares outstanding. So it's not 1 Bitcoin per share. It's whatever shares are outstanding.
Yeah. But I guess like the main point is, like, how does that money that has come into Bitcoin's market cap, because BlackRock had to buy it on the behalf of the ETF, how does that go into like altcoins? And they, like, what I think is they need, this is why these altcoin ETFs are like kind of, that's how they'll see this institutional demand come in, is if there's an ETF available for them.
I think the demand is more in the staking. I think that that's the game, is that you want to go into like an altcoin that is offering you 15% to stake it, and then look at the ones that don't make you stay in the stake for a length of time, where it's like a soft stake. And then if you can get in now when the price is low, and then by, you know, 6 months from now, so you're staking along the way as price is rising, then you're going to benefit both ways.
I think
there's also, if you heard of DTFs, they're also, like, you know, that's going to be introduced, and there's going to be batch DTFs that have those this and that, and these DTFs are going to be supplied with, you know, with these mechanisms.
I think they'll come out, man. Like when you start getting crypto indexes, like that represent, you know, the memes, like you can get a meme ETF going, like eventually.
Well, that's what they're doing on crypto.com. They're offering these baskets. And I think they're already priming the buyer to look for similar to what a stock market, money market, or, you know, what am I
because
talking
like the
about?
S&P represents 500 companies.
Correct.
So like, can we get like a crypto 1000 ETF? You know, like that has a whole bunch of stuff, or the Coinbase ETF that has everything that Coinbase lists in ETF format that gets liquidity that way. That would be interesting. But yeah, for now, I guess they're just testing the waters with because Ethereum and Bitcoin are the only two that actually have spot ETFs, right? I think the Franklin Templeton XRP ETF application is up
that's
for
that's
decision.
already trading, as far as I
The
understand.
futures one, yes, but spot.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, the
pretty
spot
sure the
one's
spot.
coming up. Yeah, they're coming up for decision on the Franklin Templeton one on Monday the 16th, which is after this Monday coming up. Like,
Okay.
and it's a deadline. It's a deadline date. It's not like a will they delay it. It's they have to come to a decision on this Monday
Good to
for
know.
this XRP one. Yeah. So
Then
there was an
just think about it, that I think the 19th is that date for the Fed FOMC, or isn't it? The 19th?
Yes. Yep.
Okay,
Yep,
so there you
funds rate
go.
revision.
There's going to be a beautiful
Catalyst.
move.
Yeah.
So you might want to think about,
Mm.
taking advantage of these prices now.
Yeah. You could trade the reaction, like if once we find out what the fate of this Franklin Templeton spot XRP ETF is, that could cause a movement on there for XRP. Like if it gets approved, like dang. It might even rally on Sunday in the lead up to it,
Correct.
just in anticipation. And then when the result comes out, it might, initially dump, and let's say it goes live on Tuesday or Wednesday or something like that. That's when the inflows start, hopefully, if all goes to plan. Because I'm just trying to think back to when Bitcoin, they approved 12 at once for Bitcoin spot ETF. They did Fidelity, BlackRock, Grayscale, ARK Invest, like all of them came through at the same time.
Yep, I remember that day.
Which is and the first reaction was, there was like maybe an initial reaction in the first hour, but then there was a huge correction, like they sold. And if you remember, the SEC Twitter account got hacked.
Yes.
And they preemptively posted the announcement, and and the initial reaction was a pump, but then Gary Gensler came out and said, no, that was our page was compromised, that wasn't us. And
Hey,
then it sort of freaked out.
If you're an XRP, a Grayscale XRP spot ETF, I think is going to carry most of the weight, and that also got not denied, but extended right
delayed.
now.
Yeah,
delayed. Same time with the Dogecoin 21 share spot ETF, and I think that Grayscale, that's going to be really important for XRP. That's going to help it out.
Yeah, the Hedera Hashgraph spot ETF got delayed as well recently. It got not denied, just delayed.
Yeah, we're supposed to decide the Grayscale XRP spot ETF on May 22nd. Same thing with the Dogecoin spot ETF. They're supposed to decide on that same day. But they're like, all right, let's hold off because we got to fill up our bags a little bit more, and then we'll get the actual decision.
Yeah. The interesting thing that there's a huge difference between futures ETFs and spot ETFs, because futures is just contract. Like there's
Exactly.
no
You don't
obligation
own
for them to buy.
Exactly. You don't own the underlying asset.
Yeah, they value it off the index of what that asset's performing at, but there's no obligation to back it or purchase it. It's just a contract. Yeah.
That's right.
So, yeah.
And that's why there's the settlement, or the what do you call it? The funding rates to keep it as close to the spot rate as possible.
Yes, that's correct. Yes. Yep. Because when things get out of balance because of, some like too much crazy demand of leverage on certain asset, yeah, they have to bring it back into equilibrium with the index price. Yeah. I think that's the market maker's job as well. Like they keep all that in checks and balances. Yeah.
And they also, decide how much of a position size you must take in order to have a position in a certain leverage scenario. And you on certain coins, you're only allowed up to a certain amount of leverage, for instance, versus,
Yeah.
you know, it just depends on the exchange too. But then
Yeah.
you'll also see times when they change the funding rate settlement for certain coins. Instead of every 8 hours,
Right.
they'll do it every 4 hours, you know, and it depends on the volatility. So
Yep.
they do manage that.
I remember on Binance when a new coin would hit, when a new like when a new old coin would hit, the most they would offer is 25x leverage, and then they would graduate that up. Like
Yeah,
if it started pulling more volume and the price went up, they would go, okay, we're now offering 75x or
exactly.
100x or whatever. But yeah, I don't know. I have certainly seen them scale them back before. Like we're no longer offering 100x on this coin. Like it's going to dial back to 50 only
Yeah.
maximum. Or yeah, it just depends, I guess.
And that kind of sends a signal too. And remember how
Yeah.
we used to get all excited about when we would think that Binance was going to offer a coin. Oh, everybody was
Yeah,
just,
that.
oh,
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah. When they made announcements on Twitter. Yeah, that whole ICO bull run of 2017, like when all the ICOs came out, because developers realized, oh, we can create a project on the ERC20 layer, like the Ethereum layer. So you had all these little startups, and it was kind of like the .com era,
yeah,
where you just bought a domain and became worth something because you owned the domain, the www dot whatever
uh-huh,
.com. I think there was this crazy story about www.pets.com was worth so much money at the time because someone, you know, like registered it and sold it or whatever. But yeah, similar kind of thing. Like people would have these just ideas. And
it
then
was just like the Wild West.
the, yeah, the bastardization of that is now like the ugly cousin of that is pump.fun. Like anyone and anyone can get on there and make whatever coin they want to make something about. And it's based on Solana, and there's millions of them now. So it's yeah, it is a wild west. So this is yeah, I guess that kind of it adds confidence into Bitcoin and the bigger like the top 10, you know,
Mm-hmm.
that sort of haven't budged too far out of the top 10. If not, they've stayed in. So it's like okay, they've got staying power, and it's cool to see Doge like you know stay in the top 10 from cycle to cycle now,
Yes.
like from peak to trough and back to the peak again. Like it never got bumped out of the top 10. And it's always been in there now ever since, you know, 2020, 2021. So it's pretty, yeah, it's well established into the,
And certainly
yeah,
if it absolutely finally has some kind of recognition beyond it being a meme, it should bolster it to
yeah,
the next level.
yeah.
And
Under the hood, like if you were to really boil it down, it is quite similar to Bitcoin, Dogecoin.
it
It's a
is, well,
different
yeah.
brand, like it's a different
Mhm.
name, but yeah, and the tokenomics are different, like as in like the mechanic behind how they mine it and how like you know the fact that there is actually an increase, but it's not what people think it is. Like it's not, it doesn't just exponentially go up in
Right.
coin count.
Yeah.
There's a fixed
It's
inflation
capped.
to it,
Yeah,
right?
it's
Yeah,
capped per year. So it's just
yeah.
like every other
So
coin.
it's
Everyone gets all excited about Bitcoin. You know that
yeah,
we're going to stop mining, but the thing is, you're not going to be able to like take part of that because that's going to
mm,
happen in a different lifetime. So all these
yeah.
things that people are
That's
excited
right.
about are going to happen in about 120, 200
Oh,
years.
exactly.
So it's like, all right, the buy pressure that Doge can create and the shocks,
Mm.
supply shock, it's much easier to create that
Oh,
supply shock on Doge, even though it's printing out coins. Because right now, Bitcoin's still printing out coins. You know, it's mining, so it's still diluting as we speak, and the cap per year
yeah.
is much better right now than Bitcoin. A lot of cryptos, and that cap per year is very important. It's gonna be infinite. And the reason, like, all right, they want Doge to, be the currency of Mars, maybe.
Yeah, possibly so. Yeah. And I guess the inflation rate that there is on Doge per year is it's like you don't feel it. Like it's not that impactful, but it is a mechanic built into it. But it's at least we can predict where it's going each year. It's got more predictability than say fiat.
And
We
the
don't know
devs
what
are
they're gonna do.
very active devs. Right now, there's this thing called Fractal Engine that they're working on, and that's basically taking all the weight off the Doge chain, putting it on a side chain. So all the NFT Doginals, all that good stuff, the dApps, video games, that's all going to be on the side chain. So it's not going to clog up Doge chain, but it's all somehow intertwined. So it's not even a layer like how you have Taproot on top of Bitcoin. It's a new tech, and it's like they started off with Doge operating system. Now they figured out, I guess they're calling it Fractal Engine that's running it. But it's pretty interesting. If you go on the Dogecoin Twitter, on their official Twitter or Dogecoin.com, they talk about it. It's pretty cool.
Here we go. We should be getting some buys here.
And they want to get involved in real world assets too right now. And I think they're gonna be able to do that. Fractional ownership. That's gonna be the thing, I think, these next 4 years.
Yep.
Commodities, art, intellectual property, real estate, debt, securities, infrastructure projects, healthcare. A lot of people think that Doge doesn't have it can't facilitate RWAs because it's lack of smart contract utility on layer 1. But now, and the market's undereducated because they don't really know that the developers have been working on this for 4 years basically. And this Fractal Engine is really, really cool. It's a nifty layer. It is a layer 2, but it's a side chain layer 2. It's not a direct layer 2. While we're chilling and quiet, I'm just going to read off something from the developers.
Yeah, man, go.
And this is regarding RWAs, real world assets, and Doge. So RWAs represent a transformative leap forward, bridging traditional commerce and blockchain technology, unlocking unprecedented levels of liquidity, accessibility, and efficiency across a wide array of sectors. By tokenizing tangible and intangible assets, ranging from real estate, art, commodities, intellectual property, RWAs enable fractional ownership, enhancing trading efficiency, streamlined process that have long been hindered by intermediaries and illiquidity. So Dogecoin, often overlooked due to the lack of market education, emerges a surpassing yet powerful contender in this space, thanks to innovative projects like Fractal Engine. This layer 2 sidechain protocol empowers Dogecoin to support RWAs without compromising the core blockchain lean and efficient design, preserving its strength as fast, low-cost currency alternative. By storing non-essential data on sidechain and syncing securely with Dogecoin Layer 1, Fractal Engine facilitates the creation and management of fractalization tokens upon new possibilities for asset ownership and investment. So even though there's no smart contracts on Doge, this sidechain is going to open up that door for Dogecoin and the Doge operating system. It's going to be cool stuff.
Wow. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, it's cool to see that. Like,
I heard XRP
there's a
has a new
team.
thing with USDC too. That's pretty bullish for XRP.
Yeah, apparently USDC is now usable on the XRP ledger, like, or something like that. I remember reading that, yeah.
Yeah.
Only like today that I read that, yeah.
I think it's good for us to support all of the top alts right now because it's important that, you know, these top 10, top 20s, this, like, I think there's going to be a lot of focalization concentration on these, maybe top 50, top 20, but the top 10, it's like, I think the X Army, I support the Doge
Thank you
Army,
so much.
Doge Army support the X Army, vice versa, you know, all
Yeah,
that good
it
stuff.
is. Yeah, you do. No matter what you're in, you want to see Bitcoin and Ethereum both do well. Like, you know, if you want your altcoin to do well, you need Ethereum to do well first, kind of thing, because it has to pull that dominance off Bitcoin. And the whole ETF thing, like that has definitely had an impact on why dominance has just been on a climb and like retaining gut dominance. We're just not seeing it fall back, you know? It's just it seems like it's like perpetually climbing. Yeah. It's taking a while. Taking a while.
I mean, to me, it seems like fiat's slowly on the way out. It seems like governments are realizing, you know, that fiat was kind of built by design to fail. And everyone recognizes that inflation is just going to exponentially grow and probably even hyperinflate. And I think this is where crypto is going to step in and kind of be the new paradigm shift that everyone's been talking about these last 10 years.
That'll be fantastic.
It's like stable coins basically saving the dollar right now. If we didn't have stable coins, I think the dollar would be much weaker as it is today. Like the stable coins really helped the US dollar keep its power these last few years.
Oh yeah.
I'll be like, I'm right back.
Excuse me, guys. Are we expecting the full recovery of Bitcoin at 106,600?
Expectation's a dangerous animal. Expectation. Just like diagnosing what Bitcoin is doing right now. Like okay, from the context of the 15-minute chart or even the hourly chart, we are still like in a downtrend. Like we are still coming down off that triple top high of what was that, like $110,500. Like we kind of triple topped that area, and ever since then we've been in correction off that high. So we haven't seen change on that yet. We haven't seen structure break to the upside. It needs more time. It needs to prove itself, you know? So until that happens, expectation is not on the table right now, I don't think. When you see it start to achieve structure breaks back to the upside, that's when you can start looking at expectations like to upside. But for now, it's like, well, if it's gonna continue to trend in the way it's trending, you know, you just trade to the trend. Like if you're, like, you know, shorting would be the play right now. Still, I think, even though we've seen a bounce over the last few hours on Bitcoin. Yeah, it's just not out of the woods yet. We haven't changed the character back to bullish yet. On like the intraday scale, I don't think anyway. On the weekly, okay, because when you're talking 1 hour chart, it's so different to when you're talking about the weekly and even the daily. Like the daily is still bullish. Like we've still got a lot to be bullish about. You know, there's still a lot of things to be confident about. But yeah, when you start winding it back, it's like, oh, okay, you're talking about the more intra intraday moves. We're dealing with the correction still, the pullback. But yeah, man, weekly, like we're still so high. We're still, you know, we're within arm's distance of the all-time high. You know, you know what I mean? Like, it's so close. But we're grinding, and we're doing all this like range activity between 100 and 110. So there's no clear writing on the wall yet on the weekly chart. It's just we're just in this like waiting room, you know. Does that give you some perspective? Or it's just my perspective, but
Yeah, of course.
yeah.
Actually, I can't get enough knowledge from you because I'm just only 1 month trader. But
Yeah, me too. I'm only
understand you.
1 month. Okay.
Yeah. So for the weekly subtrend, which means the price can go to the liquidation zones around and under 100. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, a very key level, like the line in the sand right now is basically, just to give you a round number, of $100,000. That is like a very critical level to maintain and hold. Since we got above it on the 9th of May, so it's been like a month now, more than a month. We've been existing now above 100,000, so we're kind of like getting used to being able to count on 100,000 being a discount instead of being a premium, because we've set new highs and we're ranging in this area. We're now treating $100 as a discount, 100,000 as a discount. You know what I mean? Whereas before that used to be the premium. 100,000 was like a pipe dream at one point. But now it's like, we're kind of like graduating a bit. But yeah, I think the fact that we've hung around 100 and had to deal with 100 for so long now, it's just testament to how much of a psychological level that number is to everyone. The whole market still hasn't really gotten over the fact that Bitcoin's worth 100,000. So it'll get more comfortable as time goes on, but especially if we like hold above it. But when you start losing it, it gets its premium vibe back, you know? Like if we were to dip back to 80,000, $100,000 starts to look more premium, you know? Because it's up way higher. So, but right now, it is somewhat comfortably below us for now. But check out, yeah, like if you were to just draw like some kind of like shape around what we're getting on Bitcoin at the moment, like I'm just going to take the all-time high, trace the line out to the recent highs that we got, which were lower highs, by the way. They weren't higher highs, unfortunately. And then you've got the supports, like what's below us. Below is less uniform. Like there's not a whole lot of like uniformity. And maybe that's part of like why it's not so clear, is because there's just no real big obvious pattern. It's just like one big ugly range between 100 and 110. We're trying to figure out, okay, is this Wyckoff distribution? Is this just one big reaccumulation before we go higher? Yeah. I don't think no one should blame anyone for being indecisive and a little bit like unsure of what's next. Because we're so like middle of the road right now. 50-50, you know?
Yeah, that's
There's
right,
no,
actually.
yeah, there's no clear read on this. No clear read. But yeah, like you just have to sort of work with what you're confident about. Like we seem to be, every time we approach 100 recently, it gets bought up pretty quickly. Like people seem there's like a demand that steps in. So that's good. Like hopefully we can retain that behavior where people are prepared to buy it as when it approaches 100,000, and defend the price so that we don't crash it back out and then lose the level. Yeah, it's I guess if we were to lose 100,000, things would be looking more midterm bearish, maybe not cycle ending, but it's just going to take longer for us to get that breakout. But maybe that's how we get our alt season. If Bitcoin just, takes a break and doesn't really do this crazy climb that it's been doing. How the stock market's going right now.
The Dow is down about 1%.
Mm.
Let's see. NASDAQ is down almost 1%.
Oh yeah, I see.
S&P is down a 3/4.
Yep. Yeah,
The
looking
VIX
at the
is rising
indexes.
fast. It's at plus 9.77% from the previous close.
Mm-hmm. The NASDAQ came so close to its all-time high. So very close. It's still definitely in the neighborhood, kind of like get it at any day now. Just needs like a good healthy week. Would probably see it, probably get it. Let's get a measure on that. 0.74% away from its all-time high from this week's peak of the NASDAQ. That's very close.
Pretty close, yeah.
Yeah, less than 1%.
Yep. See, are there any what do you call them? Quad witching events or whatever those are?
Oh,
I
triple
think
witching, yeah.
I think there is some. I think there's some on crypto, to be honest, today.
Yeah,
Let me see if I can find that out.
maybe. I know that calendar specific, we've got this is June. So when June ends, that is not only the monthly, but also a 3 month, so the second quarter ends, but also the 6 month the half yearly point, you know?
Yes.
That's like, yeah, 3 big closes all at once. I don't know if that's what is like traditionally meant by triple witching, but
Well, yes. Plus, you have, you know, there'll be a lot of rebalancing that will go on, for sure. Hmm.
Here this morning?
what was that?
Anybody here?
Yeah, I'm here.
I came in at 3 a.m. thinking that or 4 a.m. Thinking that this attack, etc., was going to devastate Bitcoin, etc. Did not turn out to be true. Market is down, obviously, but not as much as I thought it would be.
Yeah. Yeah,
I'm buying this
hopefully.
at 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
Already up. Though I bought Raytheon, I bought Lockheed Martin, I bought oil, I bought gold yesterday, and benefiting tremendously from it. Market is holding. I thought this would be huge, huge. It was not. Though Bitcoin is dropping. I had 4 a.m. I said Bitcoin will hit 100 flat today. It did not, but it is coming back down. I'm only looking at IBIT as an indication.
Yeah.
Oh, gotta
That's
run. Hold
definitely.
on. I'll be back.
Yeah.
All right, so we're getting a reaction here. We're almost up over the point of control on the 5-minute. So
Cool.
it appears that we're going to reverse back. However, we could have a little bit more bouncing ball effect in this zone because we are, in a split. If you look left on your chart, you'll see a clear break between, the low and then the rise up in the form of a triangle. So the EMA is just above that line on the diagonal. So we would need 104,464 here. And in order to do that, you have to break 104,429. And that 104,420 is the pivot. I'll be back in a minute.
So can I ask you, as we're seeing this huge fair value gap, which is on Ethereum from maybe 1,860 to 2,400. So with the smart money concept, can we go to get those limit orders there? Or order box? I don't know which is the right example.
Ghost, I'm sure you got the top. You caught it from the top. Big buys, big buys. Not that big, but we'll take it.
All right, we're almost at that 50 on the 5 minute.
Yeah.
104771, and then the 200 is above. There on we need 105047.8, and to close over that 105118.
Yeah, I'm very hopeful we're gonna take a bounce back to the normal price action.
Remember, we are looking for 1065. We have the 800 on the 5 minute way up, above that level. So 1067 above will completely reclaim the time frame of the 5 minute chart. But first things first, we got to get over this 50 EMA.
Yeah.
Interesting fact: if you buy Dogecoin right here and sell exactly at $1, you'll make 469.420%.
Isn't
Oh
that
yeah.
something? Isn't that something?
Okay. Big buys coming in. Watch out.
And we need 105, 269 on Bitcoin right now.
Bitcoin is gonna jig ascend, in my opinion. Just got to warm up a little bit.
Yeah, better if we can drop a little bit more, just a quick wick to clear these vector gaps and liquidations, and then fast move up. That's going to be pretty amazing.
Well, it's still got some headwinds between 105.4 and 106.7. So it may not be that smooth, but the hope is there to have it be that smooth.
Yeah, well, we need to get above the 50. That's the main target.
Yep.
Yeah, if we get back over 110 again, I'm going to be super bullish because that's going to invalidate my double rounded top higher high scenario fractal that played out in 2021 that took us down really hard. So
Doesn't matter how low we go, I'm still bullish. I'm still bullish. Even if we go to 97 now, I'm still bullish.
Yes, but Drew, I think we can get by with 109. I think it's 935. Let me see.
yeah, just below 110.
Yep.
Because like on the daily, if you zoom out and
Yeah.
when we pumped to 60, then 69K, we did a higher high that took us to 69. We just did a higher high now that took us to whatever 112, whatever the all-time high was. And, it could resemble a lot what we did back then, which could be pretty spooky. But now if we get back above that 109, 110, that's going to invalidate that spookiness.
Yes, it will. 109, 545 and 109, 977. And then 111, 3 is kind of the gateway to those upper numbers.
And I think Bitcoin loves to go against the grain. We heard Clive, he got on earlier too. He was, he's from the legacy market. He was expecting Bitcoin to not be this resilient and do this well. And it's, same thing happened last year, 2024. We pumped up 80%. It was Iran, Israel, a little bit of spookiness, got an 8%, 10% drop, and then pumped 80%.
Yep. It's taking its time to get through this area.
Oh, that's okay now. I can see there.
we did come through there with some pretty decent volume. And we're attacking the 200 right now on the 5-minute chart. Man, looks pretty strong. Let's see how much of a follow through we can get here. That's a nice bottoming formation that you see there on the 5-minute.
Yeah, and it's a pure retail buy, no market maker push or institutional buy. It's a pure market buy.
Yeah, so if this next
Retail buy.
candle, yeah, I agree. You want this next candle to open up over that 200 EMA. Yeah, it looks like it will do that. There's the blue vector, actually.
That's
And
even
just
better.
turn green there.
Are you under 5-minute?
Yes.
I'm in 5-minute too, but it's not blue yet. Or it turn it to green, normal.
Morning. What up, everybody?
Good
What's
morning.
up, bro? Morning.
All right, so that this 5-minute, let me see where the 1-minute candles are opening. My computer's lagging a bit here. This might be trading view too. All right, so the wick here on the 15-minute went right to the seam of the fibs on the ascending and descending. So that's pretty good. Now, if we can stay above this, let's see, which line here, right there, 104,896. Yeah, it looks like they're gonna hold there, and then we would want the next 1 or 2 candles to go back up over that 200. The 200 is within that wick area. So you could see us coming back underneath that 5 EMA on the 5-minute and the 50, and then bounce back up again.
Yeah.
But now we just had the 5 EMA cross over the 50 EMA, so that is good follow through.
Yeah, and it's pointing upward.
Yep, it is.
Yeah, that's a good thing.
It
It's
sure
a good
is.
sign.
Okay, so we've got our ascending angular beginning to form here.
Yeah.
Yep. There we go. All right, yep, next move is back up to try to recover that 200 again. So the point we want to watch at is 104.939, and then again at 105.044.
We wake up in the morning.
Morning.
All righty, we're over that 200.
Yeah.
I was hoping to wake up to a little bit more of a V-shaped recovery.
It's not bad.
Yeah, not bad.
It's actually pretty strong when you look at the structure that it's built there.
Yeah, and it's a blue vector on 5 minutes, so good volume.
Yeah, higher lows. I'm down with that.
So Consume That Heart concert was so good.
Good to hear. I'm glad you had a good time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I figure most of my friends would laugh at me if I told them that that was in my playlist. So thank you for not laughing at me.
I would never laugh at you.
I bought the dip, so I'm glad to see we're going in the right direction. I was
We
worried
are.
before I woke up this morning.
Yep. Nice job. All right, now we need to see 105, 288 or better, and then back over that 105, 420. You know, we are in the 420.69 zone, you know, just so you know.
I'm gonna start showing up at the casino, and they're gonna have 69 420 games instead of
Yep.
triple eights.
Yeah, speaking of that 69 earlier, I was saying if you buy Doge here and sell it exactly at $1, you make $469.420, by the way. Percent. I'm sorry, not cents.
Yeah, I
The per
wait
didn't come out.
Let me correct
Percent.
that.
Percent.
Like, how does that math work? Hold on.
469.42%. Sorry about that. Big buys coming in. Big buys coming in. Watch out.
So you hear the 69 and 42 in that number, right? It's there.
It's there.
It's there. So this bar, on the, if you look at my chart on the 69-minute, you see how this bar went straight across this channel. And if we close over this pivot point, it's exactly where it should be over the 105, 420. See, here's the 104, 420 right there. So boom, boom. And then the next level is right up here. And we have to cross that seam right there. See that number? That's 106, 104. And so lo and behold, you have to get across 106, 106, 220, I think it's, or two, is it 269? 2420, 247, and then there's 274. So it would really be 269 if I want to really stretch it. I'm just kidding. But yeah. So we're going to go from here. Now I have to close up over that 106, 295, 106.3 area right there. So we'll go back to the 5-minute and see how we are doing. You could argue, oddly enough, that you need 105, 669 to get across that number. Anyway, I'll just give up on all that because I'm going down a rabbit hole.
What's the white line behave the way where the price is right now? The
This?
white line. No. This one, yeah.
This?
Yeah, this one.
That is from this triangle, the edge of this triangle here.
All right.
I'll show you.
Yeah, I can understand that now.
Okay. So I'm going to put that on the 6 hour. Okay, so you see here on the 6 hour, this is our line here.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, so the tip of that triangle, we have to stay within here. So that makes that conical shape. We want to, get it through this arm of the snowflake there, and that break of between 107 and 107.2 is through there. So this creates that that curve up. So that's where the 6 hour needs to pivot. So we're achieving the beginnings of that pivot on the lower time frames from this point here, and we've gotten over the 420. But now, as we go further in time, we have to go to the left side of the chart because this is our descending angle, right? So in order to go back up into an ascending, you have to get over 107.7 right
Yeah.
here on this side. And see how that makes that V shape. So the head of the 6 hour is starting to turn downward, and we want to arrest that now and keep that shape and turn it back up. So that the
Okay.
50 EMA stays above this green line right here. So here's the 50 EMA on the 6 hour right there at 106.547. So here's our price. And then right here, this dot is the 5 EMA for this time frame.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, so this is our path for the 6 hour. We want to go through this channel here and stay on the upper side of that black arrow that you see.
Yeah.
And right, and avoid this downtrend. See how the fibs go down this way. So if we don't get this 50 and this 5, you can see how we could then fall off the ellipse over here and could take us down this channel instead of upwards through the middle. So you can see that curve right here happens at this particular spot. So that's why this between now and the 6 hours is very important, and it's important for our price to continue to rise above 106.
Yeah.
Big buys coming in. Big buys coming in. Watch out.
Grand Rising. Any news?
Yeah, World War III is about to break out. Bullish.
Well, they're still at it. They kept it up, or the same thing?
Yeah, there's, back and forth, but we know Iran's a brick nation. Russia's not happy at Israel. America's happy at Israel. There's going to be, it's going to be a little bit of tension, but I think we're going to have a repeat of what happened in 2024 when Bitcoin dipped 10% and then pumped 80% right after Iran and Israeli beef happened. So we were bouncing off the 50 SMA, got a nice bounce off the 50 SMA. Bang, history doesn't repeat, but sometimes it rhymes. So I'm thinking we're going to send.
All right. Sounds good.
I could be wrong, though.
All right.
Got a 50-50 chance.
This long printout then.
Yeah, right now, there's supposedly Trump's in the Situation Room. See what's popping after we get some news with that.
Let's see.
Bitcoin just touched its previous support as resistance right now. So we tested that. The bottom of the previous bear flag we were in.
Let's see. We wicked up to the full. Oh no, the full recovery is up there at 106,600.
Yeah, we still got a little bit to go.
Where's those take profits Dbloc had on there? Seem to have moved. Wonder if anything's changed.
I'll be right back.
$6,000. I had 106,400 written down.
Looks like we're going to get some renewed momentum here, which could then push us over the daily open and possibly up for the 105.9 area. If we lose that momentum, we could test the let's see, 105.5 first, and then 105.460. But I do think we're going to have a little pop here.
Open mic.
Oh, sorry. All right, everybody, be careful here now. Gonna pop up, but we do have resistance up there at 106,199. And then 106,438. So look for conviction over 106.7, okay? Good morning. Sure does. Yep. Yep. I have to make my coffee. I'll be right back.
Anybody on?
Yeah.
So if this support resistance doesn't hold, would it? I guess it would just come back down and touch that 50.
So for me, overall, we're not in a danger zone right here. We're, just a small little dip we've got on the 15-minute. we're just underneath the 5 EMA, but the ascending line is more prominent. So I see that we're going to recover here back over 105.6.
Yeah, I think it's just a normal dip for the vector recovery.
Mhm.
And as long as we are staying above the 50 EMA, we are safe.
For context, these black lines that you see here
Yeah.
is
Hold on, let
from
me get
the
on your screen. All right, I'm on.
okay. This black line here is a 6 hour. This would be the trend for the 6 hour. So this space between the edge of this triangle, this green is would be our bullish zone, and then this would be our less. But we want our path to remain above the top of this ribbon, on this black ribbon. This lower one is, oh shoot, I didn't label it. I believe this is the 3-day. No, this is from this morning's move. So I just put that as underpinning from the 5-minute chart. So this is our current uptrend on the 5-minute. So we don't want to come down below this line right here, which would have been, this would be 105.091, because that would make us fall under this bar that you see right here. This is a zone that we don't want to cross. Because that would turn this time frame around and would get underneath the 200. See how the 50 EMA is still underneath the 200 EMA, and so we're in a battle right now for time to try to move forward and ascending so that the 50 EMA can rise up above and come through this turn here. So price is up, risen up above, and it's stretched. So we're stretched in between this particular zone, and we, can come down a little bit here, but the angle that the time frame is on is pointing upward, and so if you level that 50 EMA out, if I draw a line like this, we're going this way. We're not going even
Sideways.
right. We're
Sideways.
not going
Yeah, we're going
sideways, and we're
vertical.
not going straight down, unless price were to collapse here and come right, all the way through underneath 104.6. Right now, we're safe because here's the rise on the bottom.
Yeah, the
So
curve.
yep. So as long as we stay in this triangle like this, boom, boom, we're good. So now that this is the 5 minutes, so let's look at the 1 minute, and you see how the 1 minute's made a W. And
Yeah.
right now, the 50 EMA is at the top of its time frame. Okay, so here's the head, that purple ribbon that you see. That above that is the 50 MA, not the 50 EMA, the 50 MA. So if price can rise up above that, which would be getting over this blue line at 105.6, then we, are correcting our time frames. So that would be rising above the pivot point, which is right here for or point of control, excuse me, for the 1 minute time frame. And that'll give time for that 5 minute chart for the 50 EMA to come up through that 200 from the bottom, and thus, completing the move so that we can get an additional push forward. So then looking at the 15 minute, I'll take off all this for a minute. Okay, so on the 15 minute, you see how we're in an ascending position? We're not descending. So both your top line up here of your price action is ascending, and then when we came down, we're still ascending because we have the support of the 5 EMA and the 13. And here's your alligators. Here's your volume. Your volume. Most of your volume is above the 50 EMA. Well, not most of it, but right here you've got a building volume. See this red? This means we're building up a new point of control.
Yeah.
But if we don't climb, continue to climb, we do face a descend, and by math that can take us to 105.054. So it would be right here. So if I just drew that out, let's say as soon as I put this here and make it, it's going to bring me back to all the drawings, so it'll be hard to see right off the bat, but you would just go like this, boom, boom. And now let me change the color of that. I'll make it black so we can see it. Okay, so this will make your descending angle right there. And so then you can see that you have a potential for a price of about 104.9, and then you put your vertical here. So unless price were to not make it over here, 105.7, and continue up, then you can have a fallback, and then that's this point. But you would have to fall through all of these other levels before then. Okay, because here's your other seam right there. So you can see that I'm on the 15 minutes. See how we're curving? You got a lift right here, but it's just not finished yet because you have to have these moving averages all move up. So right now, see how that 50 EMA is still
Almost flat.
Your curve right here, right there, but it needs to make that another burst right up through this zone in order to make a more rounded curve up for the 15 minute. So let's see how that compares with the 5 minute. See, remember how the 5 minute was pointing straight almost? Why don't I see it? Okay, so here now you see how that right here, how the 50, that's the blue line, and the 200 is the white. See how the 50 is just now coming up over the top of the 200 right there. Okay, and so you see the price action, and then you see the following movement of the moving averages, because of course they're averages, they're not live, right? So your closest moving average, of course, would be your 5 EMA, and then your 13. So your support line is building now above, or trying to build above 105, 100. So 105 down here. So we're trying to leave this 104.8 and where we get this rise, we're at 104.8, and we're trying to create more support above that zone there, like that.
Okay.
Yeah. So then the more we can push this way, push the averages up, then the pullback it becomes less until you rise enough, and then over time you'll get a round curve like this. And so the round, see how this line goes up and back?
Yeah.
See how price action rose here. So if I draw a curve, that curve is not that curve does not go forward. That curve goes up and back, and it hits this line right here. You see it? Now, what
Yeah.
is that? That's the
Dotted
top.
line.
Right. That's the top here. Now you see where these converge or merge between horizontal and
Yeah.
ascending. It's right there. So here's
Yeah.
price down here. And if you form a circle right there, you can see, okay, so as soon as I make this transition up along here, and look at that. All right, here's that triangle I was showing you. Then from this point where we had a move up where it touches that, right? Touches that here. Then we come this way and see, oh, well, I can achieve that this over here as long as my price continues to have movement in this ascending direction. If my averages curve this way, I'm not going to do that. But we already beat this spot so far, right? So this spot is really already been conquered, but we have to prove it. We have to get up here and hold this and go forward enough so that we're past this zone, past that trouble. Because at any time, like I said, you can go straight down and fall through the whole bottom, right? And then we would be in this chute, and then you fall here. So you still have a chance to go to 101 down here. See that? So that's still a possibility, and until it becomes less and less as we correct. So this is the 5 minute. So as we correct the 5 minute, it becomes less and less. So
Hey, Franz.
all right. Thank you.
And we just broke that local resistance.
Yay.
Big buys.
Yep, we're in the green. We got a little bit more. Now you can see that little tippy tip, how it's curving, because that's where you got more of a takeoff now between the 50 EMA is leaving behind the 200. The 200 is going off more laterally, and the 50 is making a nice move up.
Towards the upside, yeah.
Nice beeline.
Smells like some bear meat.
Come on.
I'm gonna go get me
Nice
some
big-
fresh squeeze orange juice, so we do a fresh short squeeze as well, just to match it up.
That bear meat can get a little stinky.
Grab the barbecue sauce, my G.
Especially when it's well done.
Grab the barbecue sauce, my G.
I prefer rare bear, but you know, it's good to get those parasites out. Oh yeah, we got barbecue sauce for days.
Let's go. 1065 on the way.
Pepe looking strong.
Maybe one day the Pepe army and the Doge army will unite as well.
That would be nice.
But right now it's dogs versus frogs. I think that we all need to attack Bitcoin. That's the whole thing. Everybody just got to chip away at that dominance. Anyone holding a big bag of Bitcoin got to slowly leak, not financial advice, you know, slowly leak into your alts whenever you're satisfied with your Bitcoin holdings. You know, maybe little alt here, little alt there, little alt everywhere. But yeah, I think Bitcoin's gonna still keep moving. It's basically in price discovery right now. We're slowly invalidating that double rounded top with a higher high that we kind of had same smaller fractal in 2021. And so far so good.
I'll take one green vector to 1065.
Yeah, we just hit a slight angular resistance here. Nothing major. Inclining angular resistance, which is better than a declining angular resistance. So I don't think it should be too hard to get over this.
Dude, you get that big moving average right up there to 1065. Yeah, we got a couple paper hands. Come on. Quicker than later.
And there's some boys that have some extra dry powder, and once they see that Bitcoin and some of these alts are out of the ditch and completed the reversal, stuff that have kind of a confirmation that we're out of the, you know, did the full reversal. We're gonna start seeing people, I think, gaining their, you know, adding to their position. Could we get to the full recovery yet? Not yet. We still got to get just a little bit higher. We're testing that angular resistance again. La resistance. Big buys coming in. Big buys coming in. Watch out.
I told you, buddy.
When you put that one,
bless, big bless, big bless.
Again, Infinity, I have kind of manipulated my chart and added this circle, so I may have distorted that line that you wanted referenced of. Let me see if I can figure out. Were you talking about this, the outline of this triangle by any chance? It was a white line. Okay. Do you remember what time frame I was on? Looked like an EMA. Oh, that would have been a 200. The 200s are in white. Just a minute. Yeah, right here. So sometimes when I do price action, I'll if I'm doing an upward, and I'll do an arrow in white. Let's see. Let me just take off all this. All right. So let me just give me a second. I have to take care of the dogs. Infinity, did I have it on without any drawings? Are you referring to this white line? Oh, yeah, okay, that's HMA. So, okay, yeah, I love it. All right, so this, go to your indicators and just go to HMA and you can add that. That is a very good tool to have. It helps you find tops and bottoms. So the Bollinger Bands, I use two Bollinger Bands. I use an inner and an outer. So I think I've gone through this before with people, but that's just how I do, because we have an inner range and an outer range typically. So I set my chart up with that. And then of course I have the Trader's Reality, because that, that one gives you so much. I like the fact that I can have my EMAs listed on the side. I like the fact that it does my pivot points, the pivot points. It shows also the sessions, you can put in. I like that I can change the color of the bands and so on. So I use that. I also add a Williams alligator. Not necessarily, I don't chart with all this, but when I'm watching trades and when I'm doing, it helps to add some confluence, right? And then the other thing I use is this volume profile. It's AAVP. All right. So this floats along each time frame. So when you click on a time frame, it's there, no matter what time frame you're on. So, and then in the settings, you can have it do the auto and all. That's how I don't change any of this, but I do. This is where you can change your style. Now, in addition to this, I also do a point of control, and I just do POC. We're right here. And I like to have the POC highlighted on the chart as well, so that you can easily, just kind of find that. But, I also have a lot of things, so like it says 19, but I have like doubles. Then I like the SAR and the main ones that I always I really don't want to live without would be the MA cross. And then I set that up with the 200, and I always use, so if you watch my chart, I always use pink for my 200 or MA, and my orange is the 50 MA, and I make them the largest size that you can. So 50 and 200. And then of course the Trader's Reality, you get the other EMAs. Now, a friend of mine, Shark Meat, made an indicator where he has all the EMAs for me, and so we kind of worked with that for a while. So, but this is just kind of the typical setup that I use when I'm watching a trade or whatever. Then, what else? Let me think. Oh, I do like the Lux Algo Liquidity. Smart Money Concepts is good. Then there's a, I don't know if I have it on this one, but the one with the bubbles for the liquidation levels. I use that. That's on my Doge chart and on the XRP chart. Let me see. Okay, so here's Doge. So if you heard us very early this morning, we were talking about whether or not Doge would come down, and it did a little bit. We don't want it really to go underneath this red line here, but if it does, it can kind of sneak under this snowflake and then come up and around again. Here's your midline. This is the 1 hour chart. So here you got your midline right there. And that's at like 19.4. Okay, so then you can see it go like this. So if price is now going to slide under, and if we fall here this way, look at where it can go in a really dire situation. We can fall here to the 15.5 level right here. We have to hold. We really should hold 16.3. It looks like we will, but we want to stay on the right side of this pink arrow, and we don't want to fall below that 16.3. If we see how this goes way here, okay? So, but we've got these fib lines curve right up here, so that kind of matches this idea that we can swing under a bottom like that, and that would be like right here, 15.9-ish. So let's see, that's the 1 hour. Let's look at the 4 hour. So you can see how this X, oh, I just moved it by.
Yeah, ideally Dogecoin needs to hold its support right here, but
Sure
it looks
does.
like Bitcoin is losing its
Yeah,
support, so that's not good.
no, but right here, yeah, we don't want to. We definitely would want to round around right around here. So here's our previous low. What's this number? 13.2. Oh, there's the bubble, the liquidation. So we do have a nice curve, right through there. So that would be good. And then we have a secondary. So let's check it out on the daily. Oh, I hit 3-day by mistake. All right, so on the daily, here's the 50 MA at 20 cents. And here's this Bollinger Band, here's the upper, here's the midline. This is just underneath that 50 MA, and price is underneath the midline. And here's the POC. Right, we're just the head of our price is right under that POC. And then here is your bottom of the Bollinger Band. All right, so now you've got liquidity here between 14.8, and then you would lose that structure at 12.6. So that arrow, you know, was pretty in line with, yeah, I got 12.4, so 12.8 is right here. 12, yeah, here's 13.1. Ooh, yeah, here's our price. So we do want to see, got some support this way. Yeah. I mean, it's close. I think we can do it though. We just need to. We just need to get. Yeah. Yeah. You know, it just has to go up there and grab that 50 MA and go back. Yeah. Yeah. So it would go down here, and you know, if you, I know you remember, Joe, when I talked about this pinwheel. Here it is. Yeah, but here's where that pinwheel starts, right here. And then the other side of it was over there. This way. And then here was our square. Let me try to isolate that. Right here. So this is the pinwheel. This line, see how, here's the center of it, right there. That's 16, what is that, 17 cents? Let's see, do it again. We are just right on it. Oh my gosh. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah. The good news is coming out of that, is where you get your 50 cents up here. Let's see, let's go this way. So that's 42, 44.4. And then remember that's what we hit. So we go straight up from here. And that is 75. And then here's that in this line right here. Look at that. Boom. And then you go out this way. So that would be 83 and up. You go up here to probably 140, and then I think I had 169 up there. But anyway, we need to get out of here in a hurry and not hang out in that. What is this number? 298. I don't know if we'll hit that, but anyway, we'll see. This is $1.90 something. And this way is over $1 that way. Or we can hit that 2 cents. Yep. It's a this is a nerve this is yep, this is a nervous spot. It is. Because there's 6 cents, you know, coming down the pike. That's 10 cents right here. That's 7.9. So we need this. We need this number here. Mhm. $44 is just under that fib. So 44, and you have to travel over that for 48.9, and then you get up here to 58. When you cross 58, yeah, right here's that spot between 63 and 69. So 69 was the prediction. Right here, I think it is. That's 73. What's this? 67. There's 68.5. So that red line is probably right there. Anyway, here we are. We just have to go this way. And no more of this. We need to put some traffic signs. Yeah, it is. We need some traffic signs for Doge. All right, well, let's see. To me, we have a forward movement here. We don't have a descending movement. This isn't more of a forward swing. And look at that. I even have my off we go still there, ready for it to take off. See? That's right. Now this that's a nice bottom right there. But then we have this. Okay, so let's draw that. That angle brings us here. So we could, you could probably see maybe this 16.5 area, but hopefully we will stop before then. Right here, the red line. So I can tick this up because we beat this. So this doesn't have to stay there. Boom, boom. All right. So that gives us a better view of what's happening. And that looks to me like we're going to stop here. Remember, this is a daily. Let's look at the 3-day now. So here's the marker on the 3-day, and look at we're up a step from there, and then here this angle is going up this way. So that's a yeah. That's nice, nice, nice. Yep, 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 yep. Yeah, and this is the 200 right here. Correct, and then grab the daily 50, and then off we go. There it is. Right through that. Here's the bow tie. You see it? Here's the corner or the pivot, and then here's your wing this way, and here's the wing that way, and then here's it this way, and here's it that way. Yeah, I can, because you know you have to visualize the the swing and the drive up. I mean, these fib arcs are kind of showing you the direction. Here you got you V. Yep. Mhm. Yeah. So we can have a bottom like right in here, and a swing, or the bottom could have already been, and it just swing through here like this. So it's probably already laid out there. Let's look at the monthly. All right, so here we have an upper swing, and here we have a lower. So we don't want it to dig down too low. Where's they do hours, days, weeks, month. All right. Hmm. Well, it looks like we would go this way on the monthly, but we could land on the middle just a little bit more. Let me look at that. I think so. Yeah. Yeah, it can be some pretty cool looking art sometimes. Sometimes they're so cool that it just kind of is like, wow, that's neat.
Excuse me, because I found these graphics very interesting and realizing the real price, where it goes, where it don't. So, can we look your chart for Ethereum?
Yes. Hang on a second.
Thank you, but I can only listen because I don't know nothing actually. So I will listen. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Go here. Okay, now I need to. I'm not good at changing this stuff yet, so I'll have to make sure I don't mess it up. Let me see. Watch list. Okay, that's what I need. And I need to go here to Ethereum. E. Come on. There we go. Where is it? Is this it? E. Ethereum Tether Binance. Okay. Okay, as long as we kind of hold that 211 area, I'm okay. Okay, so here's Ethereum, and here's on this side, you can see the levels. This number 2703 was the daily 200 MA. And oh, I forgot to change it. I'm sorry. Thank you. Okay, so we hit, did we hit 2507? Okay, now, I'm on the 30-minute, and it looks like we're gonna find support right here, where we are. We're at the psychological low on the 30-minute. Let's see. The 800 is up over the top. The 800 is at 2594. And where was that? The daily, oh, above the 800 is the 200 EMA, and the daily open is above that. So you see this triangle up here? And off to the right, at 27, or 2703 is the daily 200 MA. So mm, no, look at the look, this is yeah, but it's not descending. It's more in a rounded, okay? It's not it yeah, but it's not yeah. No, I don't either. So the 50 MA is this orange. And that descended over the top of the 800. And it's also over the 50 EMA right here. So now price has made this a slam. Let's draw that out. Yeah, but it looks like it's starting to correct. So that's a good thing.
So it can pass through 2,500 just to get the liquidations, or
We can come up here to 2,547 and test 2561, then probably 2574. Just a second, I'm trying to get our path here.
is there any chance for that Ethereum to go underneath the 2,300 just to get the fair value gaps to 1,900?
I was wondering that myself.
See,
The what?
2379.
There's a huge fair value gap on the daily down there.
Okay, let's look at that. The daily.
Like right around 2000. I think it was like 2021 or something.
2384.
There's a couple of them.
Okay. So right here is the daily. Up here is the 5 EMA. Right here is the 50 EMA. We have liquidity. We're at the 800. The 800 is here. So if we maintain our support here, where we are, this candle. So we need to remain above the 200, but see underneath here is the 50. Let me draw that line up here. This is, I don't know if we'll go that low. I think you can probably see, yeah, the 2390, there's definitely this band of liquidity here. Let's see the 3-day.
But as far as it going back into that 2000 to 2200 range, you don't think so?
No, it doesn't look like that. Although, see here now, this is the 3-day, and on the
Right.
3-day, this is where this is the gap that you're seeing. You see, here's the 800. So these descending lines give you this this triangle. So where that gap brings you down to 1820, and the alligator is at 2139. The next level there is 2289. The 50 EMA on the 3-day is at 2407. So
Need a lot of work to get through that 2407 to get further down.
yeah, cause now this new candle, the 3-day opens on the Sunday, the 15th. So if we hold here, see how these angles are this way? If we hold this channel up and this new candle opens here, has a bottom on this, it doesn't come underneath 2460, and maybe it could wick through to 2386. So we want to hold this particular, this 3-day candle where it is and not fall below 2462, and then keep the support at or above where it is now, so that we want our range to be from 2549 up to 2744, and then we want to make a high over 2827. That's what we'd like to do in the next couple days.
Yeah, so basically we are in a trend.
Yeah, we want to stop a downtrend and continue an uptrend. And the key is to trade over that 50 MA on the daily, or the 200. See, this 200 MA is on this line. So that's the key. Let's go back to the daily. I'm going to make that line orange. And get thicker. All right, so this is to kind of simulate the movement of this 50 MA, right? If it stays on its current path and doesn't, okay, I've even got it kind of a little lower than it is. Let me move this. Yeah, okay, so here's where it actually is, and here's where I've got the line. So what I'll do is just draw another from this rise from right here.
Y'all get ready.
Okay, so now that helps to define our grid or our spot. Then we have our 50 EMA right here. Now you can see that it's taking a turn for the up, towards the upward. If I do a horizontal, let's do that. We would do it right here. Okay, and then we'll take that and make it blue. Style, line, blue. And we're going to label that what am I on? Daily, yeah. Daily. Okay, so there's daily 50 EMA here, and then its trajectory is this way. From here, up like that. And so I'm gonna make that a blue. Okay, so there we go. So this circle.
What's going on, good people? I'll be right back. Give me a second. I'm just setting up.
What is up, people? Happy Friday the 13th, huh?
Yeah.
Crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Hi, BJ. So your
Hi.
chart is showing that we're gonna continue going down a little bit?
It
Oh,
looks like
okay.
we're trying to make a reversal here.
Interesting.
You know
Uh,
what's it was interesting. I just wanted to say sorry a little bit in regards to what you said earlier that Friday the 13th is very crazy. The Israeli attack actually happened at 3:33 on the 13th of February, local hour here in Europe.
Wait, is 333 like the devil's numbers or something? I know
Yeah,
666 is, but if you they say if you wake up at
it's the
333,
witch's hour. It's the witch's hour.
the witch's hour. Sheesh.
Yeah. But actually they struck at about 6:30 a.m. their time or something like that.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know, bro. I'm not superstitious at all,
No,
but
well, it
I'm
was
not a
just a fun
fan.
fact.
I'm not a fan of Friday the 13th. Yeah. As I got my share of stories. And even today, like even tonight, yeah, like last night my father woke up, I got a call from my brother saying that he was like screaming in pain. He's got a kidney stone, 7 millimeters, got to be surgically removed. So just that and like everything going on
Oh,
with the crypto market. I'm like, whew, it always knows how to pick a nice date for it, you know.
yeah, yeah,
But again, I'm not superstitious. It's just ironic, very ironic.
yeah. I was just calling it a fun fact, but yeah, ironic
There
is a good
you go.
word as well.
There you go.
Oh yeah, there you go. Friday the 13th. There you go.
So BJ, you're saying it's looking like it wants to do a reversal, but I see all the arrows pointing down. When you say reversal, you mean like back
uh,
up or reversal continuing downtrend?
looks like we're going to test this 50 EMA 30-minute chart. And there's a possibility that because the 800 is above that, that it will come up here and, you know, we'll get a price over that 50, but then, you know, have a little bounce down and then circle back around like this. So this circle here is kind of our rounding bottom. But you see how this 50 MA or EMA is above the MA? So the MA is right here. That's orange, right? It's dipped down underneath this line. So price is trying to come up here and meet that. And then it would have to close over this, close over that. And then the 800 is here. But up above at this pivot, this is the 200. See where this cross met? This is a death cross. But we're making this little curve slide and attempting to right here. But then because of that sell pressure, you had that this angle, see how this corner meets that shelf right there? I'm moving my mouse too much, but okay, you can see right here. So if that 50 EMA is not turned, then this lip is going to continue to sag underneath this blue line, okay? So, which then would push this downward. So this red line is a channel. Now, notice how it ends right here. So that price is 24.29, and that is down at the bottom of this circle.
Ooh, we got some big buys coming in.
Exactly. I was telling
1.1,
you, I'm
1.2,
seeing the buys
1.6.
coming. All right, then now I want you to see that the top here, this spot, this means this corner right there, or
That
this
channel.
right. Now, if you go straight across, that gives us this line. So this makes this nice triangle. You can see the outline of a triangle there, right?
Yeah, like it funnels up.
Correct. So we would want to have our path to be coming out at this part of this circle of this curve, along this curve, and above this blue line, because then we're over 50%, and we're also then over the 800, and we're back getting up into this triangle right here. So because the daily 200 MA is along this part right there. So this point, 2007.20 is pretty critical. And then you have another point here of 2786 that we want to cross, because that gets us on the top side of this ellipse and over that 200 MA on a daily time frame, so that we then basically have corrected this this downturn right there. So if I pull this arrow out like that, you see where that ends up is here. So that will give us a price of 29.82. And if I go back this way, it's going to mean that if we continue in this trajectory, it's likely that we will again cross $3,000, and we can also then possibly, you know, if there gets selling or buying up here, I think it's between 3,600 and 3,700 if we can continue in this upper range right there. So, you know, you could see possibly between 31 and 36, somewhere in there. Or we could fail this whole thing and come down here to about 24.40, and maybe that 20 fall through the hole.
Uh-oh. Falls through the
Right.
hole.
Yeah, this second, if we come out this side of the ellipse, right, fall through that circle, and lose support of the 50 EMA. Remember, this is that line for the daily 50. That's here. So, and drop down to that 2300 line on the daily. then you can push up from there again, get over that, and then be back at 24.96, and then come out and grab the 200. So this is a shorter way, and then this would be the longer way and a little bit more risky, because you have a gap in this area.
Thank you
So
for the explanation. I mean,
you're welcome.
it seems like basically we have a channel down and a channel up, and it just depends how it
Yeah,
trickles
we're in
down.
the middle, because
Yeah.
see, here's the 800 and the 50. All these are up in here on the 30-minute chart. Let's see where the hour is. Okay, on the hourly, your 200 is above, your 800 is below. So the 800 is just below the curve of this circle. and look at that, how that is above this line. So and look at this nice curve on the time frame of the hourly. So you see, I am more bullish than bearish,
Yeah, that's what I want to hear. Let's go.
much more bullish than bearish.
We're running out of dry powder here, BJ. Can't keep, you know.
Oh yeah.
We're running out of dry powder. I thought we were already like, ah, who knows?
Let's go with the 5 minute. Not bad for a few minutes, huh?
No, not at all. Not at all. I'm so thankful that I didn't have any that I was using spot for these trades. Thank God.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I had a bonus, like a future bonus I had to finish before I can like withdraw the money and put it onto like the spot account. So I nailed it just in time. Because yeah,
Yeah, looky
a
here.
lot of people got liquidated.
Look at that. There we go. We're attacking the 50 EMA, 5
Oh yeah,
minute.
we're all in. Charge up and away.
Okay, so we have to continue to, you know, get these numbers up here.
104,445 Dbloc, is that the range? Oh yeah, I can see that.
Well, she's on Ethereum. You talking about Bitcoin? Her chart is Ethereum.
No, I'm
I think he was talking to
looking at the
Dbloc.
Oh.
yeah, yeah.
What's going on, everybody? My bad. I had to fix my voice changer. It was tripping.
Yeah, what's up, D?
So, how we feeling?
Certain.
Good. How are you?
Good,
It's a
good.
very difficult time to say.
That's why I asked. Sentiment a little confused, or you guys just worn out?
Bit of both.
Yeah, I
We
feel
have
you. I'm kind of exhausted.
very thin margins of error either side. Got to be decision time pretty soon.
Let's
maybe when the market
simplify
closes.
this to maybe bring a little bit of at least clarity. Bitcoin on the weekly. We know our target from we know the target that we all celebrated on the weekly, right? Closing that candle above that weekly resistance. This candle right here.
Yeah.
We have two jobs for the next week. One, we can't close a weekly candle underneath that line. We don't want any weekly closes and opens inside of this red box at all. Second, on a smaller time frame, we can't have any daily candles close below 1025. If we put in a structure of this 50 EMA with volume, actually, let me specify here. Daily candle underneath the 50 with volume is going to be bad news. That's a signal that we're going after this bottom vector. Right? Weekly candle underneath that level is bad news. That means we've broken structure. And we're going to have to wait for one more weekly candle. So just to simplify it, these are the 2 points we need to worry about. No candle closes underneath 1044 on the weekly. No candle closes underneath 1025 on the daily. This candle looks amazing. I don't care what the world is doing right now. This candle looks amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So we just got to keep that up. And try not to give in to the panic. Sean, I'm saying if we don't get a lower on the daily on that level or the weekly on that level, then yeah, chances are that the worst of this is over. Current target's at 1066. We're still targeting full recovery here. I mean, the words of encouragement are that it looks great. If our job is to not close dailies or weeklies underneath these levels, this candle looks amazing. It's just going to be a long week. Like that. That would make a really good t-shirt sample. I don't care what the world is doing. This candle looks amazing. I would actually wear that t-shirt proudly.
Yeah, if we make it out of this one, you know, I'll buy that t-shirt. I'm in.
And now that we know our boundaries, right? Like kids, now that we know how much we can play, where our boundaries are before things get dangerous, then we can have a little fun here during the week. We're currently rejecting at least on the 1 hour, on our macro downtrend from the drop, 112. Right, so we're trying to reclaim this range, and we've bearishly rejected. But it's understandable, right? It's the first attempt at the range after breaking. So now what we would like to do, market maker, pay attention here, please. What we would like to do is keep price above the uptrend and let it squeeze.
Yeah.
Right, just get this squeeze. Guess we can get rid of this CME gap, right? It's gone and the yellow is driving me
Yes.
crazy.
Yeah.
Possible. I mean, we could have it. We could be looking at a very small trap here. It just really depends on how you want to draw it. We'll wait for CME to close to get a better idea. I don't want to future trip too much. But just to give you an idea right now where my head's at. That's what I'm thinking as of right now.
Damn.
I'll be honest with you, staying in this trap is going to be wishful thinking though. We'll see how it plays out, and the attempt will be made if we can put our CME gap anywhere around here. We still got a couple hours until CME closes, so. But if I had to like wave a magic wand and make it happen, that's what I'd be looking for. But for right now, let's just rock with our trap longs, trap shorts, and we'll see what they give us in the next couple hours to see if we can invalidate any of this. My bullishness for hitting that 1066 sort of fades as CME closes. So like if we're gonna do it, I would like to do it now, set the trap longs there. But once CME closes and volume goes flat, gonna have to wait for that weird sort of Saturday volume that's been coming in lately to see if maybe that does it. Yeah, about an hour and a half. About an hour and a half till shit goes boring. How'd your alt make it through the night? Alt dip buy, survive all right?
I almost got liquidated on it.
Yeah, ETH looks like it's coming back down to the middle of the range. If I So once we locked that top move in as a deviation, came back down, took us out. We moved back up to the middle of the range, but we have not reclaimed it yet, which isn't great.
You see that wick there?
The top wick?
No, the first red candle with the wick.
Mm-hmm.
My liquidation was like $1 from that wick.
Like, you know, you put your liquidation in the right place.
It was like, "Ura!" I got alarms from Binance. Hey, your account.
You know how we talk about people that trade for dopamine and like, you know, catching a bottom wick with, you know, 500x and like dopamine, that dopamine rush? The dopamine rush that you get from price coming down to your liquidation and just missing it is way higher.
Oh, trust me,
That buzz
I
lasts.
was like panicking quite hard.
I've been there.
Oh man.
This
It
is
was
where
not
you need
nice.
like 5 different kinds of deodorant.
Yeah. I was like sweating like crazy there.
You almost doing trading like a James Wayne.
Oh, I was basically going to sleep and I put in my orders and I marked the zone and I was like, okay, it can't go to 2068 more than that, so it's okay. Then yeah, all the alarms started ringing and I was like, what's happening? What's happening?
Yeah. Not Tana, the dopamine comes after. It's the release. Right? It's like after the anxiety when the near death misses you and your brain gets flooded.
Yeah, I think I didn't drink enough coffee to get that. I'm still shaking. Because it would have been quite a big loss.
Always work with the stop loss, mate.
Yeah.
I used to do that when I first started. There was no TP, no stop loss, but I learned very good lessons. So now I'm very much conscious about my TP and my stop losses.
I totally agree with you, but depends
Yeah.
on the position size. And
Yeah.
when you go with a big position size, I would rather not have the market maker know where my stop loss is and my take profits.
Depends how big you're talking. Like you have to be in the multi-millions to get targeted as a single trader.
It wasn't that big, but it was about 500K.
No. I mean like to worry about getting sort of sniped out by a market maker or other whales.
Yeah, with full
it's
leverage and stuff like that, it was about 500K. So 125x leverage. So you kind of are a sniper target for that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I managed to reduce my position. I'm okay now. My liquidation is below 1K. It's totally okay right now. But that bullet kind of passed very near to my ear. So a lesson learned. Don't do this anymore. Just an interesting fact I just seen on another group that they're sharing the BlackRock ETF address, and they're like kind of buying like crazy right now.
Buying the dip.
Yeah, they're buying in lumps of 300 BTCs on that hot wallet BlackRock IBIT Bitcoin ETF.
Yeah, I saw GameStop is rumor has it they're trying to throw in like another 2.1 bill worth of Bitcoin. I don't know how true that is, but seems like they're really trying to
They
go for that Michael Saylor strat.
they
In
bought
the
it or they are planning to buy?
Planning.
no. In the past 2 hours, BlackRock has bought
Oh, right.
2,680 BTC worth 282.9 million.
All right.
Right, yeah, but no, I was talking about GameStop.
Oh, GameStop. Yep. Sorry. So maybe we have a chance to get a full recovery.
Yeah, that's a green signal for me.
Gonna restart the stream here shortly. Looks like I got a Windows update too. I'm like, why can't I go full screen? All right, Bitcoin. You want to hit this target, you got to do it now. We got an hour and a half until Dad gets out of work, and then you're punished.
So if it doesn't hit the target by the weekend, we sort of take that as a signal from the whales that they want to try to drive it lower. It's not really helping push it up. Like when they have the opportunity, they're not taking the opportunity to push it up.
I wouldn't really worry about that too much, but I would take that same sort of idea and apply it to the weekend trap. So, like, let's say we get our weekend trap here. If market maker manages to hold this trap, right, on just the algo, and whales don't come in to try to push price lower, then I would assume that the intention isn't to go lower. Because that would be the best time to do it, right? Market maker's off duty, you're on the algos, nothing really to stop you.
So when do you think their best window for this?
Your mic is doing that choppy thing.
Damn it.
It sucks too because it's not even like static. It just literally cuts off every second and fourth word.
I think it has something to do with Discord because I've noticed that with it's not even the same person sometimes. It's like random times that all of a sudden somebody's voice will just cut out, and it's like for no reason.
Discord's been
They
really
haven't
glitchy
moved.
lately.
I might have just had to reconnect.
That's better.
Is this any better?
Yep.
So when do you think their best window, when do you think like the optimum window for them to do that would be?
CME close. In an hour
Like
and
5 o'clock?
Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
CME close
Oof.
between CME close and I mean, what's it been? It's been like Saturday afternoons, really, that volume has been picking up lately, right? Like Saturday afternoons, Saturday evening. So in that amount of time, if they don't try to drop it, if they don't take advantage of this sort of like low volume environment, then I'd have to say that maybe that's not in the plan anymore. But remember, it's not like this was a plan to drop. This was a drop to CME gap with a damn World War III scare that just panicked people at the end, right? But this whole drop all the way down to 104.2, all the way down to where that vector stopped. Even market makers stopped feeding orders. That was the bottom of the CME gap.
Yeah.
This was, oh my God, the world is over. It's just literally all retail just panicking out. And then when did market makers step back in to catch price? And then when did he step back in again? Whenever price started to drop. And then what did he do? He tried to break, and then finally broke. So I'd have to assume that market makers' motivations to the downside are done. So we have to worry about whales. So greed, right? And exchanges, because exchanges are going to want these liquidations. But that big vector, the CME gap, all of that shit is taken care of. My question is, where does our higher low come into for our larger fractal now? Right? We yesterday's stream, by the way, guys, if anybody missed it, is an epic one. Like, I think the stream starts with price dropping and then us catching the night, and then we played it all the way out until. So it's a good stream when it comes to sort of some of the stuff we were talking about, right? Some of the techniques for catching bottoms. There was a lot of talk about
Yeah, you were
stop
dead on.
losses. All right, so our original W down here, right? This was our first.
You were dead on with that call.
I appreciate you. I mean,
He's
honestly, it
always
wasn't
spot
even.
on.
It wasn't anything. It wasn't like a predictive call, right? We just literally caught the signs and then we followed them and we watched the invalidations and we, you know what I mean? We watched it build out in real time. That's just like momentum trading when all else fails.
Yeah, but it was just like dropping, like in free fall, and then all of a sudden you're just like, all right, you guys ready to go up? And it just starts recovering.
All right, this was our first W, right? That was our first fractal on the 1 minute that gave us
Yeah.
any inclination that there was, you know, positivity coming. Then, a second. I'm gonna try to not do this messy, but I'm not even done with my coffee, so I can't promise you anything. Oh, see? Psst, promise broken already. So that was our neckline, right? As soon as we broke, came down, our measured move was up here. Measured move was right about here. So we failed the measured move, and then when we came down to retest the W, we failed that, but we didn't invalidate it. Right? What we did is we put in the other higher low, and we made a larger fractal. Right? That's our green arrow that's there.
Yeah.
And then we almost did exactly the same thing, right? Our measured move from that green arrow was up here. We came up, failed to hit it, just like we came up here and failed to hit this one. We came down to retest the neckline of the W, kind of came underneath it a little bit, tapped it again, and then popped. But that coming down to hit that gave us the large fractal that we're dealing with now. And as that broke out, this one got hit. Just like as this green arrow broke out, our original TP got hit. And now we've come up again, failed to hit the measured move, just like we did here, just like we did here. Came down to test the neckline, held it a little, failed it a little, just like we did here, just like we did down here. And now we're popping back up. Still haven't hit the measured move. Right? So what I'm saying is that this move here could be our next W up. Measured move's not hit yet. Just like it wasn't hit here, you needed another fractal to get it there. Just like it wasn't hit here, you needed another fractal to get it there. What we'd be looking at now is something on this scale. Right? Or here, whatever. That's what fractals do, right? Fractals fractal into each other like snowflakes. I'm gonna restart the stream here in a minute and start with a fresh stream. I think I have a Windows update too, so it might take a little longer than usual, but we'll be back in like 5 minutes. I'm guessing it won't be more than that.
Yeah, take your time.
All right, guys, we'll be back.